So, ladies and gentlemen, good news, we found our guest. So he's going to arrive in a few minutes. We are going to start and he'll join the panel. So good morning to everyone and a very warm welcome both to those of you who are here with us at Ifri in Paris and those of you who are online. This is the annual conference of our Center for Asian Studies. My name is Marc. I'm the Deputy Director of Ifri, and I am very pleased to welcome a distinguished group of speakers and guests for this very timely discussion on security in the Indo-Pacific, and more specifically about the future of alliances and so-called minilateral security arrangements as a key feature of Asia's regional security architecture. Coming so soon after the US election and the return of Donald Trump, we will have a lot to discuss and unpack. Thank you all for joining us and for your active participation throughout the day. Before I hand the floor over to my colleagues and to get us started, I'd like to first take a moment and reflect on why regional security in Asia is important for us here in Europe. It was 13 years ago, in 2011, when the US, under the Obama administration, announced its so-called pivot to Asia. You probably all remember Hillary Clinton's paper in foreign policy titled America's Pacific Century. This was a recognition at the highest level in Washington, D.C., that the core of American strategic interests had shifted to the Pacific. The security guarantee provided by the US has long been a linchpin of regional stability here in Europe. And with the strategic American rebalancing, the concern for Europe became the eventuality that when push came to shove, the US would choose to prioritize its engagements in Asia at the expense of the transatlantic alliance. Now that war has returned to Europe, Washington has proven to be a major security provider for Ukraine and for Europe as a whole. But such engagements were clearly called into question by the Trump camp during the presidential campaign. Trump's first presidency drove a new and more confrontational approach toward Beijing, while the Biden administration defined China as the pacing challenge of the US. With tensions rising today on the Korean Peninsula, in the Taiwan Strait, and also in the South China Sea, the risks of conflict and the need for American military engagement in Asia has become ever greater. Now that we await the arrival of a new Trump administration, we cannot help but wonder to what extent campaign rhetoric will translate into reality. And yet, we cannot ignore the degree to which the Asian and European theaters are interconnected today. Our economies are certainly as intertwined as ever, and this was the topic of the annual conference last year. Given the depths of our interdependencies, how can we build greater economic resilience in an era of heightened geostrategic competition? We have also witnessed with concern the growing rapprochement between Beijing and Moscow, which is also a topic that we've covered extensively at Ifri. But who would have thought only months ago that North Korean troops would be fighting Russia's war in Ukraine, or at least so far in the Kursk region? So as we struggle here in Europe over fears of abandonment, we cannot help but have a vested interest in the security of Asia. Donald Trump's new presidency brings uncertainty for you in Asia as much as for us here in Europe. I'm sure that it will be at the heart of our discussions here today. In our first panel, we'll look at expectations for the next Trump presidency from four key American allies and security partners in East Asia, namely Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and the Philippines. We'll then look at efforts by the US to bolster the integration of defense industrial networks among key partners and allies in Asia, and where these efforts might be headed. Finally, we'll turn to a discussion on the possible futures for alliances and regional security partnerships in the Indo-Pacific, where we'll pay particular attention to views from non-aligned security partners. So as you can see, this is a full agenda. I remind you that the discussions are public today. We often apply the Chatham House rules at Ifri, but today it's public. And what's more, it's a hybrid format with participants here in the room and online. The event is recorded and it will be made available on our website once we've finished. And if you haven't noticed, we have a brand new website at Ifri, so it's a good occasion for you to visit our revamped website, where you can also find the work that our colleagues in the Center for Asian Studies is doing on a regular basis. So please do and check the website and more specifically the page of our Center for Asian Studies. Now, before I leave you in the hands of Marc Julienne, the director of our Center for Asian Studies and his team, I would like to give a few words of thanks. Indeed, putting together such an event is always a team effort, so please allow me to recognize those who have made it possible. First of all, to our many donors and sponsors at Ifri for their support over the years, and in particular for this specific event, to the Taipei Representative Office in France, le Bureau de Représentation de Taipei en France. We are all eager to hear some thoughts from Taiwan's representative, Clémentine Ao, but unfortunately she was called off to attend to urgent and important business and could not join us here this morning. I would still like to express our gratitude to her office and her team here today. On the logistical side, I would like to recognize the important work done by our colleagues who are instrumental in making every Ifri event a success, in particular Nathalie Magnier, Barbara Delançois, Mena Larbès, Nicolas Lang, Dimitri Van Buren, Rita Aladad, Nadia Fraioli, Cathy Hamilton, and Aurélie Colonia. And last but not least, thank you to our Center for Asian Studies team, to John Simon in particular, here at the back of the room, for pulling together and coordinating this event, to Céline Pajon, who you will hear from later this afternoon, and to Sylvia Malinbaum, the latest addition to our Asia team, who will now head our work on India and South Asia. Welcome to you, Sylvia. And of course, to Marc Julienne, director of the center, to whom I am now pleased to hand over the floor to get us rolling. Thank you all for coming, distinguished speakers and guests. I wish you all an engaging round of discussions. Marc Julienne and your guest for the first panel, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. So everybody is sitting on the panel. It's 10:20, so we are right on time, and everybody's here. So welcome. Welcome to everyone here at Ifri's premises in Paris, and welcome to all attending remotely in Europe, but also in Asia. We host a lot of friends in Asia, and we are very happy to have them on board. I'm very happy to kickstart this 2024 annual conference of Ifri's Center for Asian Study, this year focusing on the reconfiguration of alliances in the Indo-Pacific region. I am Marc Julienne, the director of the Center for Asian Studies, a relatively new director, by the way, because I took this position in February this year. And I took the opportunity to say hello to my predecessor, Dr. Françoise Nicolas, who couldn't be with us today because as we speak, she's traveling somewhere in the Indo-Pacific region. With this first panel, we will go straight to the very big question that arose a few days ago with the presidential election in the United States. What will be Trump's foreign policy towards the Indo-Pacific, and more especially toward his allies in the region? As you all know, we have planned this conference and this agenda way before the result of the presidential election. But as you can see, we were careful in phrasing the panel's title, although one may suspect that there were already some, let's say, apprehension in the coming results. Anyway, we now know that Donald J. Trump will be the next president of the United States. And also we know the names of some of the high profile of the next administration. And considering the way the first Trump administration somehow shook the alliances in Asia, but also the way he supported some countries in the region, the main objective of this discussion will be to decipher what are the main expectations and concerns towards the new US administration from the perspective of key allies and partners in East Asia. I don't want to spoil the discussion or jump to conclusion, but we may discover that East Asian countries are less preoccupied than Europeans by the Trump II administration, but I let my fellow colleagues here to comment on that later on. Without further ado, let me introduce our distinguished speakers who come from many different places and countries to be with us today, in person in Paris and remotely. So first of all, Dr. I-chung, the president of the Prospect Foundation, which is one of the foremost and most influential international policy think tank in Taipei. Dr. Tongfi Kim, a research professor in Asian geopolitics at the Center for Security, Diplomacy and Strategy, the CSDS, at the Vrije University in Brussels. And Tongfi Kim is also a senior researcher as a CSDS Korea chair. Sitting in Tokyo, we are very happy to welcome Professor Takako Hikotani from the Gakushin University International Center. And she is also a senior fellow with the Asia Society Policy Institute in Tokyo. And last but not least, Lizza Bomassi, who has just joined the European Union Institute for Security Studies, the EUISS, as a research analyst for the Indo-Pacific. She focuses on European foreign policy towards the Indo-Pacific, and today she will perhaps focus a bit more on the Philippines. A very special thanks to you, Lizza, because not only you did accept to join us on a shameful short notice, but also you came straight from Brussels just for this channel, so thank you very much. Now I shut my mouth and I'm happy to give the floor to Dr. I-chung for him to share his view from a Taiwanese perspective for roughly 10 minutes. Is your mic working? Can you? It's not.
Hello, I think it works. Thank you. And thank you, Marc, for the invitation, and thanks, Ifri, for having me here. I'm very honored to be able to join this distinguished panelists in discussing these very timely issues. I think that after running for about like 50 minutes in the morning and then coming late, finally I made it to the conference. I think that manifests about the probably a lot of people, their perception about what will happen now after Trump been elected as a U.S. president. And this session will focus basically on individual countries' perception response and possible response from the Indo-Pacific regarding the Trump 2.0. And I'll say that from Taiwan's view, there are several features that we believe this will stand out. First of all, Trump 2.0 coming from this year all the way to coming from next year to the next 4 years. Will be more prepared than the year 2016 when Trump first elected as a president because he has full 4 years. And also there are the institutions associated with him prepare all kinds of the policy documents, whether you like it or not, but they are more prepared. And of course, the Trump himself very much focused on the economy and especially from the tariff. And he's still maintained his character as the transactional diplomacy as he was in his first term. And also, in terms of the Taiwan-U.S. relations, we do have a very positive experience in the first 4 years of the Trump from year 2017 to year 2021. There's a tremendous improvement in Taiwan-U.S. relationship during that time. But we also noticed that many of the people, they are key to the improvement of the U.S.-China relations, such as the Deputy National Security Advisor, Matt Pottinger, the former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, as well as others. They are not here. And so that the issue is that we're going to look at very closely about who Trump will appoint in those key posts. So far, the appointment of the Michael Waltz, as well as the Marc Rubio as the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of State that he wanted to, at least in Taiwan's view, that those are very reassuring. But we do not know about others. So still watch for that very closely. And the third feature is that we also need to take cue from the former Prime Minister Abe Shinzo in his dealing with the Trump administration from year 2017 to year 2021. Not only Prime Minister Abe at that time, he worked very eagerly to establish the personal relationship with Trump, and that helped to solidify and stabilize the U.S.-Japan relationship since then. But Abe Shinzo himself also look at the features that when Trump leave out, he did not just let him shattered. One example is that the TPP, when Trump announced that he would depart, the U.S. would depart from that arrangement, and instead of just letting it collapse, Abe Shinzo, he himself continued to strengthen and maintain that this TPP and make it to the CPTPP. And what we look at right now is that CPTPP continue to become very relevant economic arrangement institutions that we are now seeing. And also CPTPP is actually expanding rather than just maintaining what it was before the Trump left the TPP. So for Taiwan, that also means that in trying to work out with the Trump 2.0, whether that in himself and also his administrations, it is also important to work with other countries. They share the same concern or they have the same issue and try to keep the current the multinational cooperations intact. So that is another thing that Taiwan will do. And one of the most important key features in maintaining this multilateral arrangement or attentions is about the internationalization of Taiwan security that was established very successfully during the Biden administrations. So in Taiwan's view, we need to maintain that momentum, and we cannot let the new administration, for whatever the reasons, let that momentum to go stall or even recess. So that is another very important one. And Taiwan will continue to look at the G7, which in the last 4 years has become the most important international concern initiator about Taiwan's, whether that's about a security issue, about Taiwan international organization participations, or the evolving and probably emerging the position about the resolution 2758 of the United Nations in 1971. Those are the important things that Taiwan will continue to work on, especially during when Trump becomes the president. And of course, there are several individuals issues that particularly stands out when we look at the Trump during the campaign. And of course, what we would like to watch is not just about the words spoken by Trump himself, but also whether those words are also followed by his team. If the same thing has been repeated, not just by the President-elect Trump, but also has been followed or repeated by his advisors and his team, then it's the issue probably already reached a certain consensus within that group, and that is something that we need to pay special attention and try to manage that. And one of them is that the tariff issues. We do know that Trump, he said that he would like to implement about 60% tariff on China, and also the 10% of cross the board for everyone else, including the allies and partners of the United States. And we look at the whole process from year 2017 to year 2018, how the United States imposed the tariff war against China. It basically took the U.S. about a year through several measures, whether that's the 202 and at the beginning, or the 301, or the 232 later on. The 301, that is the most damaging and most threatening against China, that actually initiated the investigation no, August 19th, year 2017. And then it is until the year 2018, March the 22nd, that it came out. President Trump at that time signed the MOU, and then it started to go public about the tariff war, the so-called tariff war on China on year 2018, April the 3rd. So if you look at the whole process, you could see that for the United States, the president cannot singly just say that I want to impose a tariff and it will be done tomorrow. There's a certain process that needs to be followed. And for China, apparently, since China until today hasn't been taken up the special 301, and not just about that, there are also the possible measure about the IPPEA that could also be imposed upon China without the congressional agreement. So the issue about 60% on China, I think that's more likely if the Trump administration decide to do so. But then the 10% across the board for everyone else, that would be more difficult because you need to finish the investigation process as what you did from year 2018 from year 2017 to year 2018, but also the congressional consensus endorse such measure is also very important. So that I think it will be much more difficult and much difficult to justify about these measures, about 10% across the board tariff on everyone else. But of course, that cannot prevent some specific items, such as in 202, that's about the steel and alumni, and also 232, that's about, and unfortunately for the LG refrigerator, and I think LG washers, as well as the solar panels. So I will say that should Trump 2.0 would like to impose on the tariff against the allies and partners, not just about China, then it will be more likely on specific items rather than across the board tariff. But of course, for Taiwan, that is something we also need to look at. And also look at the how the Chip and Science Act that will be nullified by Trump administrations due to his insistence that he wants to impose tariff to force out foreign companies to invest in the United States to produce the chips rather than buying the chips from the outside. But that I believe that this also can be communicated because in our view, Taiwan's chips is essential for the U.S. AI competitiveness and the next generation's leadership of the whole world. So we're actually part of the success formula for the United States. That will be the thing that we argue. And second thing that the Taiwan will face is definitely the pressure to increase the defense budget. Of course, Taiwan already is in process to increase the defense budget, and now it is just how we need to come up with good measures to demonstrate that not only we are serious about our defense determinations, but also those things that we try to improve upon could, in a way that also improve the real capability and work with the United States. And I think right after the Trump being confirmed as the elect president, the news broke out in Taiwan that just like after 24 hours, the news broke out in Taiwan that our Defense Department is preparing to initiate a major armed procurement from the United States. Some of the items I do not know whether the Trump administration official, if been confirmed, would like to accept or not, but that definitely demonstrates the effort by Taiwan to improve the communication between Taiwan and the United States and also improve the capability of defense for Taiwan, as well as the coordination with the U.S. Now, of course, a lot of people think about for Taiwan, one of the most important issues is about cross-relationship, Taiwan-China relations. I have to say that whether the assessment regarding how China will react to Taiwan after the Trump being elected, there are the two different opposite assessments. One of them is that China probably will be too busy with the preparing about the possible tariff war that Trump will impose on China, and especially when China economy is so in declining that the China just cannot afford to open another front that will make the Trump to have more excuse to work on the tariff against China, so that the prediction goes that the cross relationship probably would not be as intensive tension as it happened earlier this year. But a different assessment and argue that China actually would like to pressure on Taiwan by testing the Trump administration, especially before the election, the assumption that China does not want itself to become the campaign issue, that constraint is no longer there. So the China would like to do more in order to probe and test the new Trump administration. So that prediction actually goes to the cross relation, especially from now all the way to the January 20th, when Trump inaugurated, something will be done by China. So we do not have a firm conclusion about how this will go, but the issue is that we still need to look at. And finally, I think what Taiwan will also do is that in addition to dealing with the Trump and try to build up the communication and confidence about himself and his people, we also need to work with other partners and allied friends, particularly in the First Island chain. So the improved communication between Taiwan, Japan, and Korea, Philippines, the First Island chain nations, that's going to be the must. And also the strengthen the available framework of the global training and cooperation framework, GCTF, that's going to be there. And we also need to find the communications and coordination, especially between Taiwan and our European friends, because we do know that Europe will play a very important part, especially facing a transactional Trump administration in dealing with the security in the Indo-Pacific. So I'll just stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lai. So I understand that from your perspective, you are rather confident about the next administration, learning from the first Trump administration, and also with because this administration will be more prepared. Perhaps later on in the discussion, I would also be interested to hear what you think about the people in the new administration, because you mentioned Marc Rubio, for instance, and people from the last administration. But also there is newcomers. The most famous of them is Elon Musk, and what would be his influence or not in US foreign policy. That would be I would be interesting to have your views on that. Now, Tongfi Kim, if you can provide us your view, perhaps from a Korean perspective. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I would like to first thank the organizers. I'm honored to be here, and I'm a researcher of military alliances. So today's topic is really something I'm really always excited to talk about and also listen to. So I'll talk about the effects of the election result on the US-South Korea alliance. We all know that President Trump is an unconventional person, and his unconventional stance on North Korea, US alliances in general, and nuclear weapons can all have a rather unique impact on the US-South Korea alliance. I think a lot of South Koreans are also worried about economic nationalism of President Trump and his followers. But in the end, I think if he follows through with these things, that will be a real economic disaster. So hoping that bureaucrats, technocrats can really mitigate this. The difference between the Trump administration and what could have been a Harris administration might not be as stark as in other issue areas because the Biden administration was also quite protectionist and economic nationalist. Let me start with the most important, maybe, defining characteristics of the current South Korean government, the Yoon Suk-yeol administration. And the characteristic is that something it shares with many previous conservative governments of South Korea. And that's a hawkish stance toward North Korea. Whereas the previous left-leaning Moon Jae-in administration focused on reducing tensions with North Korea, the Yoon administration's approach has relied on deterrence and the so-called peace through strength. So the differences toward North Korea shaped the two administrations' policy toward other major powers as well. President Moon's conciliatory approach, the previous president, his conciliatory approach toward Pyongyang required him to be also conciliatory and cautious toward Beijing for China's diplomatic support. And US, Japan, South Korea trilateral security cooperation was deprioritized in order to avoid provoking Pyongyang. South Korea is still cautious, even under President Yoon, the current president, but it has more closely aligned its China policy with that of the United States. US, Japan, South Korea trilateral security cooperation made a major advancement, as seen in the August 2023 Camp David agreements. Now, Trump and North Korea. Donald Trump initially took a hostile approach toward North Korea. We remember these expressions, Little Rocket Man, Fire and Fury. But he did become the first sitting US president to meet a North Korean supreme leader in June 2018. He met North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un in February 2019 and June 2019 as well. And he boasts their great relationship. They fell in love, even though their negotiations failed. For South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol, a shift of US policy under the second Trump administration would be very, very problematic. Of course, many things changed from the first Trump administration. The negotiations already reached a stalemate. North Korea's nuclear weapons development has gone much farther. North Korea now has troops in Russia. So it's by no means a given that Trump will pursue a conciliatory policy toward North Korea. But I have been hearing that Trump is personally still very much interested in talking with Kim Jong-un. So I think we can expect something very different from the Biden administration's North Korea policy. And now Trump and US alliances. Many other US presidents have also criticized the so-called free riding of the allies, but Trump is unique in his willingness to show his utter contempt toward US allies. Trump reportedly demanded a 400% increase of South Korea's financial contribution to US forces Korea. And when the cost-sharing negotiation reached a stalemate, approximately 4,500 Koreans working on US bases were placed on a furlough until the Biden administration signed a new agreement in 2021. After Trump's first summit meeting with Kim Jong-un in 2018, he announced suddenly the cancellation of US-South Korea joint military exercises without consulting with the South Korean government or the US Department of Defense. Yoon Suk-yeol has placed a strong emphasis on the importance of the US-ROK alliance and its military readiness. And Trump presents a distinct risk to the management and future of the US-South Korea alliance. Now, Trump is also quite unique in his stance towards nuclear weapons. I want to say that it is still a small probability event, still an unlikely event, but South Korea's pursuit of indigenous nuclear weapons is much more likely under the current, under the Trump administration than in other, US administrations. South Korean public opinion has had a consistently high support level for acquiring nuclear weapons. And South Korean policymakers from 2022 have also shown more interest in the wake of Russia's nuclear saber rattling and North Korea's new nuclear doctrine. My research collaborator, Doyon Lee at the University of Oslo, has really interesting insights. So if you ever are there or if you have a chance to read his analysis, I strongly recommend his work. In January 2023, President Yoon stated that if North Korea's provocation intensified, South Korea could deploy tactical nuclear weapons or possess its own nukes. Although he then later retracted his statement because it triggered negative reactions from the United States. South Korean strategic elite are well aware of the negative consequences of pursuing indigenous nuclear weapons. And the Yoon administration has also argued that the April 2023 Washington Declaration by President Yoon and President Biden improved the US extended deterrence for South Korea. But if the second Trump presidency undermines the credibility of the US-ROK alliance significantly, there will be a strong support for acquiring nuclear weapons in South Korea. In addition, there are also reasons to believe that the second Trump administration is less likely to punish South Korea's pursuit of nuclear weapons than most other US administrations. Back in 2016, when Trump was a presidential candidate, he indicated that the United States should allow allies like Japan and South Korea to pursue, acquire nuclear weapons to protect themselves, because for him, it's wrong that the United States has to protect them when they are not paying enough. And Elbridge Colby, who served in the first Trump administration, he also, in this year's interview, expressed support for South Korea's acquisition of nuclear weapons under certain circumstances. Now, I want to also mention some trends that are maybe less likely to be affected by Trump. So Donald Trump is, of course, unpredictable, but experts generally agree that there is a bipartisan consensus on a competitive US foreign policy against China. Of course, the specifics would be different, but there is a strong support for a more hawkish policy toward China. For South Korea, which worries about the negative repercussions of Sino-American competition, a hawkish US policy could present a risk of entanglement into an unwanted China policy. The reverse side of this risk, however, is that East Asian allies of the United States can, to a significant degree, be confident that US strategic interests in East Asia will remain strong. And the junior allies' strategic value, therefore, also remain high. With the likely continuation of US pressure to align its policy toward Beijing and the negative turn of the South Korean public opinion against China in recent years, there was the dispute about the terminal high-altitude aerial defense system, and there was also a COVID pandemic affecting South Korean attitudes towards China and so on. So the South Korean public opinion is much more negative towards China now. So with these conditions, I think the Yoon administration is unlikely to shift its stance to a pro-China direction, although South Korea's economic dependence on China will continue to moderate the strategic and political pressure. I will not talk about effects on South Korea's Japan policy or Russia policy because the time is limited, but maybe I can answer if there are any questions later during the Q&A. Finally, now we are in a time when economic issues are increasingly linked to political and military competition between the United States and its adversaries. And the economic policy of the US administration will have strategic consequences, in addition to economic ones. Trump's threat of trade war worries not only the adversaries of the United States, but also the allies of the United States. As a highly export-oriented economy, South Korea has a strong stake in maintaining an open global economy. And the second Trump administration presents a significant risk to South Korea's economic interest. South Korea has strategic reasons to accommodate US economic preference because of Seoul's security dependence on Washington. But protectionist economic policies by the next US administration may push South Korea and others to maybe not openly embrace China, but somehow closer to the direction of China. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tongfi. So rather confident as well from South Korea. Now I give the floor to Takako Hikotani from Tokyo, sitting in Tokyo for roughly 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate online. I am very sorry I couldn't be there for family reasons, but I'm still very excited to join this very distinguished panel. Let me start with, I think the first question you asked is what the mood is like in Japan. And I think it's true that compared to Europe, it may not seem to be panicking in Japan, or it might seem to be more pragmatic. And I think a useful quote maybe is something that you hear often from the diplomats in Japan, that the US president is like a Christmas present, that no matter what you actually wanted, when you open it, you have to say, this is exactly what I wanted. So in a way, I think we don't have a choice about who chooses the US president. We're very pragmatic about how to approach that. But I think the difference that I like to highlight today is that people are starting to feel that it's not exactly Christmas anymore. So we need to think about things quite differently. So today I like to talk about three things. One, about whether Japan needs to be a little bit careful about being too confident about how things went well during Trump-Abe period and during the first Trump administration. I would refer to the piece that I wrote for Foreign Affairs in 2017 called Trump's Gift to Japan, Time for Japan for Tokyo to step up for the liberal order. I would argue that things are quite different for Japan and for the world between Trump 1.0 and 2.0, and we have to be very mindful of that. Two, I will talk about how Japan has prepared for this possible administration, and how in some ways Japan is more prepared for the Trump 2.0 than 1.0, but we are not too sure if it's enough. And third, I like to talk about what are the agendas going forward for Japan and what we can't be too confident about. So first about the Trump 1.0 and a very famous good relationship between Mr. Trump and Mr. Abe. I wrote in the piece in 2017 about what the strategy of Japanese government seemed to be vis-a-vis Mr. Trump. And during the first Trump administration, I called it Trump management, and it consisted of two things. One, to disarm Trump, and two, to disengage Trump. And I think it was a good enough portrayal of what the playbook seemed to be for the Japanese government in dealing with Mr. Trump. And I would say that from hearing from Dr. Lai and Dr. Kim, it seems like something that other countries seem to have thought that is something that worked well for Japan and possibly for other countries. But I would argue here that it probably wouldn't work this time. And so we need to be careful about how confident we could be about the playbook that we seem to have. For one reason, for the disarm, Japan was worried that there was a lot of attacks by Mr. Trump about Japan's trade practices and so forth that was more reminiscent of the trade disputes in the 80s during 2016 campaign. So we made sure that the US is aware of the fact that that's a very retro way to look at things. And also we try to make sure that Trump has a positive feeling towards Mr. Abe. And I think the personal chemistry really helped. But this time is different because it's really, well, one thing, we, unfortunately, Prime Minister Abe has passed away. So we don't have the personal chemistry factor. We are not too sure if Prime Minister Shiba will have the same chemistry. But more importantly, I don't really know if we're worried about the attacks per se. And it's not so much about disarming him. It's more about the administration at large. And I don't really know how far a personal good relationship will go. Two, the other strategy, which clearly doesn't work this time, is to disengage Mr. Trump. Because this time, last time we were hoping that the so-called adults in the room or the more professional bureaucrats and the other people in administration would actually be able to take charge and that we could disengage the president from certain negotiations. In some ways it worked, in some ways it didn't, but still there was the sense that we can disengage or try to see if President Trump doesn't engage in all negotiations. But that seems to not be working. And just by the couple of days or weeks that we see the lineup of the Trump administration, it seems to be a lot more of who are very loyal to Mr. Trump. So it's really impossible to expect that the professionals will play a more larger role. So it's going to be impossible to disengage Mr. Trump. But I think the most important difference is that the US has changed and that the world has changed since 2017, that it's not really about President Trump, but we need to be thinking about the US as electorate has chosen Mr. Trump. So Mr. Trump is not a cause, but more of a symptom of where the US might be going. And in some ways, it might be an end to the US exceptionalism that we were pretty much a beneficiary of for a long time. So in the closing section of the essay that I wrote that Japan's role is to keep the US keep the door open for the US to come back to the international system. But I think what we need to be prepared for is for the US to not come back and not to hold the door, to make sure that there's a room for the US to come back. I guess maybe we shouldn't be too pessimistic, but I don't think it's really about holding the door anymore. And that we need to be prepared for something else going forward. And I think there is a realization that that's where we are in Japan. But then what should we do? I think for better or worse, Japan has been working on what needs to be done in case of something like this happening. Because as Dr. Kim mentioned, it's not really completely drastically different from the direction that we're seeing from the Biden administration. And that for that reason, I think what we've been doing since 2022 has been what we need to do anyway going forward. That is for Japan to step up, not just for the liberal order, but to do more in terms of our own defense, and also to work closer with the US, and 3, to have more friends in the region. And here I like to talk more about defense, but we can talk more about the economics. But for now, let me elaborate on the defense part, what I mean. One, for Japan, it was very important that we decided the new national security strategy in 2022, December, that we decided to spend more on defense and to acquire what's called the counterattack capabilities. Of course, there is a difficulty here that Japan is stepping up to spend more on defense and to be more capable on its own. Still, since our defense structure is so much part of the US-Japan alliance, it's not so much that if we spend more on defense, that makes us more independent of the US. In some ways, it's actually the reverse, that we will have a stronger alliance, and it's not that Japan will be more independent in any way in terms of defense. But I think it's true that we have geared up our efforts, whether that's going to be sufficient, both in terms of our defense as for deterrence, and also in the eyes of Mr. Trump is yet to be seen. But I think we've already set towards that direction. Two, we have worked on a closer alliance relationship that goes together with the dilemma that I mentioned, that stepping up does not mean more independent posture, is that we are working closer operationally with the US. And that will be we further strengthened by our coordination of the command structures. Three, as Dr. Kim mentioned, we are working with more partners in a region in a multilateral format, whether that's US-Japan ROK, US-Japan Australia, US-Japan Australia Philippines. We are working more closely with allies in the region. And although the Quad is not just about security, it is true that Quad is something Japan is also trying to do, reaching out to India. And as an overarching concept, we have been promoting the so-called free and open Indo-Pacific to have a more of a continuity and structure in the region. But at the same time, to make sure that there's ways for Japan, the US to be engaged in the region. So what is often called the lattice work of networks and securities multilaterals in the region for Japan is not just to gain more friends, but to try to make more contact points to entangle the US in a region in different ways. And I think that makes Japan feel more secure than being just in a bilateral relationship. But of course, these types of arrangements, whether that will be sufficient to keep the US engaged in a region is yet to be seen. And it doesn't really seem that likely that Mr. Trump will like more arrangements and more diplomatic entanglement. So we'll have to see to what extent these kind of arrangements will survive. But I do think among all, the Japan-US ROK trilateral relationship has been the most important for Japan and for the stability of the region. So this is what I mean by Japan has been doing what it needs to be doing, probably in preparation for a possible Trump administration. But if I were to turn to the question that was given to us by the conference organizer, are we worried more about entrapment or abandonment? I think the answer is mixed, that there has I've been looking for different opinion polls, but the Japanese public is worried both about being abandoned by the US and by being entrapped by the US. And I think I've been looking at different polls. There seems to be a slightly more worry about entrapment and less about abandonment, but we have to see where the public goes. But at this point, I think there's more sense of security for the US to be more worried about China than otherwise. But we do have to be careful whether or not, the Japanese public seems to be more careful about how much we should welcome a hawkish US in the region. So finally, going forward, what are the challenges for Japan? One is domestic politics. I think it's rather unusual that Japan is not necessarily the source of stability in terms of Japanese domestic politics. I do think that for our own domestic politics, it's not a bad thing that the ruling party has been challenged by the opposition, but it is going to be a rather, relatively speaking, contentious domestic political situation for a while, and to what extent Mr. Ishiba, as a prime minister, will have the leverage or the political capital that Prime Minister Abe had going forward in dealing with the US is yet to be seen. Two, although I think that the public opinion has changed dramatically in the past couple of years in terms of its permissiveness or its support for spending more on defense, it's not so much that they're willing to open their wallet for that. So although I would expect that Mr. Trump may ask for more spending from Japan, where it's not really certain whether Japan will be able to step up to even keep the promises and to be able to spend that much on defense, or that's going to be very difficult if it is going to involve raising taxes by the public. And the former Prime Minister Kishida has already said that what we promise is in terms of yen and not in terms of dollar. But as we all know, the yen has become very much weaker vis-a-vis the dollar. So if we're going to promise in terms of dollars, we're going to have to spend a lot more than we promised in 2022 and 23, and that's going to be harder for Japan. But I do think finally that although I would say that the mindset has been changing slowly in terms of how Japan should think about its own defense, it has not changed that dramatically for people to take it into their own hands or to think about a plan B for a possible complete withdrawal of the US from the region. So some government officials had mentioned to me that it seems to be somewhat a baseless confidence maybe that Japan has about the US in the region, and maybe the election of Mr. Trump might shake things up a bit. I don't really see a change of course at this point, and I think we are focusing on how to actually make sure that we are on course for fulfilling what we said that we're going to be doing in terms of defense going forward. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. That was a very comprehensive overview. Especially, I think it's always worth reminding, as you did, that Trump is not the cause, but the symptoms. And I also would be interesting to hear more from you on the fact that Japan is doing more for its defense, for its own defense in terms of spending. So I would have assessed that this is something that Trump have asked for, so it could ease the relationship with Japan in the coming 4 years, but perhaps it's not that simple. Finally, Lizza, Bomassi, to focus on the Philippines, but if you want, because I know that you also work on Europe, if you want to make some comments, because we are sitting in Paris in Europe, so if you also want to comment on that or later on in discussion, feel free. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, perfect. Thank you. First of all, I wanted to thank Ifri for inviting me. It's a pleasure to join you today. I wasn't supposed to be on this panel yesterday, but it's great to be able to be here. I wanted to focus my remarks, at least in the first instance, on where we are today in terms of the US-Philippine relationship and what that might mean under the new US administration. I think it's important to have this context of, what the Biden administration has actually brought at the moment so that we can, I don't necessarily think anticipate, but at least see where those changes might be coming. I also wanted to touch a little bit on the economic dimensions because I don't think those two are necessarily mutually exclusive. And thank you for the opportunity to bring this back home to Europe because I would like to sort of look at the implications of what this all means, at least in terms of the US-Philippine relationship. So the first thing I wanted to cover was the evolving regional security dynamics in the region. I think under the Biden administration and certainly over the past few months, US-Philippine relations have intensified. We've seen this happen against a backdrop of rising tensions in the West Philippine or the South China Sea, particularly around the Second Thomas Shoal, or I-chung, as it's known locally, where China's gray zone tactics, its use of the military militia and other intimidation means towards Philippine civilian vessels have become a regular news features, as we know. These tensions, I think, certainly predate the current Marcos administration, but seem to have really accelerated during his tenure. And I think in this balancing act that the Philippines has to play, especially considering how divided its immediate neighbors are within ASEAN also, we've seen a lot of momentum and buildup in terms of alliance and partnership building. If we look at this year alone, we've seen quadrilateral maritime exercises within the Philippines exclusive economic zone involving the US, Australia, Japan, and the Philippines, of course, which is a significant milestone, I think, in terms of regional defense cooperation. There was also the first trilateral summit between the US, Japan, and the Philippines in Washington earlier this year. And in the margins of that, President Biden and President Marcos also met to talk On other things, there was also a very high-level bilateral dialogue on the U.S. and Philippines side, which went beyond security. So, you know, there's lots of momentum also in the bilateral relationship. Actually, almost immediately after the trilateral in Washington, there was the Balikatan, which in Tagalog actually means shoulder-to-shoulder exercises. Which I think were actually one of the most advanced to date, reflecting, you know, the Philippines' desire to enhance its defensive capabilities in light of the regional challenges that it's been facing. And if I remember correctly, the French Navy was also involved in Balikatan this year. So there's renewed also momentum on other fronts as well. You know, there's visiting forces agreements that are being discussed with various allies, including with New Zealand. I think status forces agreement. The Philippine Coast Guard now, for the first time in over a decade, is patrolling Scarborough Shoal on a more regular basis. So there really is a lot of momentum, and I think these are all important signals to the Philippines, but also to the region, that despite all of the challenges that are happening on this side of the Atlantic, that the U.S. and its allies are still committed to the Pacific region in terms of security and defense. I think it's important to note also that the Philippines is also probably one of the most natural allies, at least in ASEAN, in terms of making this happen. Yeah. But it also paints China in quite an unflattering light, if I can say. The Philippine narrative is that overtures have been consistently made. President Marcos went to Beijing in one of his very first state visits. And I think there have been regular attempts at dialogue. People that I speak to in Manila have told me that these have largely been ignored or dismissed. They seem to be getting the message that the Chinese are simply not interested in playing game, at least not with the Philippines on security matters. They have their reasons for doing this, and I think we can certainly speculate on what those could be, including the Philippines being seen as a puppet of the U.S. administration, irrespective of any legitimate agency or interest that the Philippine government itself might have in the region. But yeah, let's leave that aside for now. I think the bottom line is that we have, you know, serious momentum on the security front, which has only become steadily more palpable under President Biden, as far as the Philippines is concerned. What is much less certain today, and certainly from January next year, is whether the Philippines is as confident, for example, that the Mutual Defense Treaty between the US and the Philippines is as solid under President Trump as it would have been under President Biden. President Marcos has always said that what will trigger the MDT is if there are casualties on the Philippine side. And given how tense the situation is, I mean, it's very volatile. I think we shouldn't underestimate how volatile the situation is. Yeah, it just takes one stray move, one stray bullet, one stray water cannon. And, you know, but under President Trump, I wouldn't necessarily say that all bets are off, but things may well be different. Things will probably be viewed, as we've already heard, through a much more transactional lens. And that's where I think the outlook becomes much less certain. Which brings me to my second point, which is more on the economic front, and an area which I think probably speaks more to the incoming US administration. President Marcos has always iterated that the Philippines is open for business. And again, here, I think we've seen some very positive signs in terms of the Philippine economy. The Philippines had targeted growth projections this year of around 6 to 7%, which positions it as one of Asia's fastest growing large economies, at least for 2024, and certainly well placed for 2025. There's also the development under PGI of the Luzon Economic Corridor, which is the first in the Indo-Pacific, and will support connectivity in the Philippines between important regions in the Luzon Island. So that reflects a coordinated effort to boost economic opportunities in the country. And I think what's important about these is that it signals to businesses that you have this reassuring sort of attractive investment hub in the Philippines, possibly even in the semiconductor industry, which has long been a staple of Philippine manufacturing. Now, that isn't to say that there aren't challenges and obstacles to investing in the Philippines, but we can maybe look at that later if there's time. Finally, what I wanted to touch on a little bit is what this means for Europe. On the security front, I think despite everything we're hearing about narratives playing out in the Indo-Pacific, we have a wide spectrum of views, everything from Malaysia to the Philippines and everything in between. At least I think as far as the Philippines is concerned, we're seeing a shift towards welcoming more multilateral engagement, which may well be accentuated under President Trump. And I think that creates an opening for Europe, given how vested it is in this approach. The Philippines' relationship with China, I think, underscores and reinforces the importance of, or at least the desire for international law and a rules-based international order. These are principles that lie at the heart of European foreign policy. So something, again, where I think under President Trump may come back into fashion, who knows, at least for some in the region. Economically, I think there's an opening. As I said, the investment climate in the Philippines seems to be pointing in the right direction. There are going to be needs in terms of how the Philippines continues to refine its investment climate. And I think there's knowledge that the EU can offer in terms of regulatory reform, renewable energy, digital infrastructure. But I think we need to do this with a touch of humility. We can't go in there and say this is how we're going to do things, and it needs to be done very, very carefully. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lizza. You're right. I think that it's very often overlooked in Europe, the significant shift that the Philippines has made after the election of President Marcos in renewing the alliance, like sleeping alliance with the United States, and also opens to more partners, including Europeans, including France, in the defense realm, for instance. What I suggest is that I will ask you, actually I already have, but I will ask you one question each for the discussion. But just before giving you back the floor, I will give the floor to the room. If you have any question, please raise your hand. We will give you a mic, and then you introduce yourself and you can ask your question. But before giving the floor to the room, Dr. Lai, I was interested to hear more about. Yes, you were talking about the more experience and Trump administration, but also perhaps a more confident, perhaps overconfident, because now he has full power. He has the Congress. He also, many people say that he doesn't want to have no men, but only yes men in his administration. I was mentioning Elon Musk. So do you think the approach to Asia, to China and Taiwan will remain stable, or there might be some shift? Tongfi was very interested and not so surprised, but you touch upon the nuclear issue and the fact that it's now almost casual in Seoul and in South Korea to talk about developing tactical nuclear warheads, to develop nuclear deterrence in South Korea. This, in my view, underlines the way that the Ukrainian conflict has kind of linked the European theater with the East Asian or Asia theater. This may, as you seem to suggest, this may have significant impact on nuclear proliferation. So can you elaborate a little bit more on that, because that is so significant? I am lost in my. Professor Hikotani, yeah, no, actually, about Japan that was already so comprehensive. But yes, I asked you already, since Japan has already made its own revolution in terms of defense policy, in terms of spendings, partnerships with the United States, but also the new evolving partnership with South Korea, which is very good news and something that was definitely not easy to do. I would have thought that this could comfort Donald Trump and ease the relationship with the United States. So perhaps if you have anything else to say on that, that would be very interesting. And yeah, about perhaps following up on what EU can do in Southeast Asia and especially with the Philippines. Do you see already some partnership going on in very? Can you mention just a few examples of partnership that were going on? I know that, for example, as far as France is concerned, there have been some port calls from the French Navy, but also there are some discussion about arms sales. And arms sales, we all know that it's very long-term partnerships when it comes to submarines or frigates and equipment like that. So can you give us some examples or some leads? But perhaps let's start with this first round and then give the floor to the room, because I see that we still have some time ahead of us. Dr. Lai.
Yeah, thank you. I think that you raised a very important question that everyone in Taiwan right now is very concerned about. Elon Musk is a wild card that, and also during the campaign, he repeatedly several times talking about how Taiwan should be part of China, and the sense of the U.S. should abandon Taiwan or they push Taiwan into a Chinese embrace, that came from him, and especially with his influence in the Trump administration. So yes, the deep concern is definitely among the Taiwanese, whether that's people only outside the government or inside the government. And basically what the Taiwan needs to do is that we still need to work with our friends. Right now it will be confirmed, probably will be demonstrations, and continue to engage with the U.S. wider public about how the issue on Taiwan should be viewed and how to present Taiwan, at least to Trump, that Taiwan's how Taiwan fits to his interest. So that's the part of the issues. But we also noticed that first of all, Trump will just be the 4-year president, and the way that he put the Elon Musk into the Department of the Efficiency to really take an aim at the bureaucrats. That part, before he even talk about Taiwan, will probably result to a huge, gigantic turbulence within the U.S. governmental structures, and the turbulence will ensure basically, so that it will affect the U.S. governmental performances before then the issue about Taiwan will come up, and that will be the biggest concern and first and foremost about from Taiwan about this. Yeah, just stop here.
Dr. Kim.
Thank you for the question, and this becomes shameless self-promotion, but you asked the question. So there's actually a forthcoming special issue of the academic journal Non-Proliferation Review, and in the special issue we'll be discussing the effects of the Russia-Ukraine war on the discourse of nuclear weapons. And I earlier mentioned Doyon Lee. So he and I wrote an article about Japanese and South Korean responses to the Russia-Ukraine war in their nuclear weapons discourse and policy. And Doyon wrote this section, but the most significant part for South Korea is that after the war began, and by the way, as with most things with North Korea, it's very, very difficult to clearly point to the causal connections between things happening inside North Korea and things happening outside North Korea. But in terms of the correlation of events, there's an interesting development. So after the Russia-Ukraine war began, and after Russia was engaging in these nuclear threats against Ukraine and the West, North Korea also started to change its nuclear doctrine. So it used to have this almost no first use policy kind of thing, but now it's threatening that it may use it first in an offensive way. It also started to discuss how the nuclear command may be delegated to local commanders. It used to be just Kim Jong-un, but now they probably are worried about decapitation strike and disruption of the communication and so on. So they are also arguing that if the leadership is taken out or if the communication is destroyed, then the local commanders may have an authority to launch a nuclear attack. And North Korea also has been, it used to prioritize strategic nuclear weapons because it was really deterrence against the United States. But now they are also emphasizing the development of tactical nuclear weapons or non-strategic nuclear weapons. And basically they are developing nuclear weapons as something that they could use in the battlefield. So you can imagine how threatening and worrisome it is to South Korea. And I think that I actually heard these nuclear weapons related things from South Korean visitors to Brussels starting in 2022. And I first thought, why are they talking about South Korea developing nuclear weapons and possible European reactions to it? And I thought it was a bit, bizarre. But now that I think about it, I can see where their questions were coming from. And I do understand their concerns, even though I still believe that the actual probability of South Korea acquiring actual nuclear weapons, that's still very low. And I guess they are, for the moment, going for stronger nuclear latency and ability to develop nuclear weapons as very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Not so reassuring, but Professor Hikotani.
Thank you. If I were to answer your question, but first to promote Professor Kim's article on the trilateral relationship, I thought your article from January on the development of the trilateral alliance was extremely interesting and very useful. So this is kind of strange for me to say this, but for an overview of what I'm trying to say now, please refer to Professor Kim's article. But just to say that I think Prime Minister Kishida seems to believe that his greatest legacy might be the relationship between ROK and Japan and the trilateral relationship. And of course, it takes two partners to actually have a better relationship. And I think there was something about the personal chemistry between the two. But it's because they met 12 times since 2022 in the 2 years. And it is actually a good thing going forward since Japan and Korea are doing celebrating 60th anniversary of the relationship. But I think what I would like to highlight is not just a personal factor, and of course this is driven by structural reasons, but also that it seems to be something that may have a lasting effect on the domestic side. And just as a reference, I like to point out that as you may know, we had a prime minister election for the LDP presidency in September. And I think the big difference, and the two top, there was a runoff between the two candidates. And I think the difference that was made in the decision was people were very worried about how the bilateral relationship between Korea would go if the other candidate won. And I think that shows how deeply the conservative politicians within the LDP are worried about keeping the relationship going between Japan and Korea. And that's very different than how domestic opinion was on the Japan-Korea relations issues in the past couple of years. So I do think that there's public support for that. And I think that it is, for both countries, a way to keep the US engaged in the region, to trilateralize and institutionalize relationship, but it's not just that. But I do think going forward, there's actually relatively, compared to other arrangements with and developments in the relations with Japan and Philippines, for instance, we actually don't have actual tangible military agreements with ROK compared to other countries in the region. And that's something that we need to work on. And that is politically different, but difficult. But I do think we have the momentum for that going forward. So that's for me. And I do think that it is going to be carried over, but we're hoping that things will remain the same in ROK, because it takes two sides to agree on something like this. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Lizza. And if I may also add, there was an interesting drill between the Philippines Coast Guard and the Vietnamese Coast Guard this summer. Does it, if I can add this question, does it, can we expect a rapprochement between the Philippines and Vietnam? That would be significant.
Yeah, of course. I mean, on your first question on the EU's approach, I think to the Indo-Pacific, I think it's most clearly articulated by our strategy, which was published in 2021. Of course, when you look at the strategy, it's so broad, there's 7 pillars, there's a lot of work to do. And inevitably, the question about the EU's credibility comes up, about whether we actually have the capacity to implement everything that we want. But I think if you look a little closer at the track record over the past few years, I think people will certainly attest to a genuine sea change in terms of the engagement. I mean, we have a lot going on. We've got military operations, as you mentioned. There's capacity building. There's training exercises, naval missions with Atalanta, Mario, etc. I mean, the list goes on. The European Peace Facility, which is 12 billion euro. We have Global Gateway, 300 billion euro. I mean, these are not negligible commitments, right? Okay, when you compare it maybe to China and the US, but it's a signal. It means that we have a desire to reach out despite everything that we're going through right now, and that we still want to be involved. And I think you also need to look outside the traditional security and defense toolbox. You need to look at sort of more targeted things that we're doing in terms of FIMI, cybersecurity. There are valuable lessons there that can be learned. So I think the unifying thread across all of that is just the signaling to the region. And I think we shouldn't underestimate that in terms of the EU's desire to reach out, not just to the Philippines, not just to Vietnam, but to our partners in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Question by David Cameron. If there is any other question, please raise your hand. Okay.
Sorry, David Cameron from Sciences Po, the Center for International Studies. I was delighted that Lizza Bomassi spoke about the Philippines, always neglected, and wonderful to be that we've talked about one of the allies of the northern anchor of the US alliance system with South Korea and Japan. But there is an extraordinary lacuna in the presentation this morning. We talk about key allies, and the southern anchor of the American alliance system since the 1950s, Australia, has been neglected. So I won't give my lecture to my students at Sciences Po, but just 4 points. I think in Australia there is a little bit of concern about the Trump administration, but they're not too worried for 4 reasons. First of all, number one, Australia has been the only country that's been on every war that the Americans have fought in since 1917. Number two, reverse lend-lease. I don't know if that means anything to anybody, but during the Second World War, Australia and New Zealand were the only countries that came out of the war with the Americans owing them more than they owed the Americans. And third point related to that, that the US benefits far more. And this is not just a position on the left in Australia, but it's also a position in part of the Conservative Party as well, that the US shared military bases in Australia are absolutely crucial to the US as a global power. The communications center in Pine Gap and on the west coast of Australia, Stirling, the naval base, allowing nuclear submarines of the US in the Indian Ocean. Darwin now. So this is absolutely, it could be said that the US gets more out of this alliance than the other way around. Australia actually doesn't have a trade deficit, I think, a trade surplus with the US, on the contrary, so that's not too much of a concern about tariffs. And also, if one looks at the AUKUS agreement, especially the second pillar is not the submarine part, that's the first pillar where the decision was made, rather than buying some rather good French submarines, to buy some hypothetical American submarines in the future. So that's of course a controversy. But the second pillar is about joint development. Boeing is developing an aircraft in Australia called Loyal Wingman. I think the term is very interesting. It's a pilotless aircraft, and the missile systems and the munitions. No, I'm sorry I'll stop there. But it's absolutely, if we're talking about key allies, please don't forget, the world's largest island and the world's fifth smallest continent.
Yeah, no, of course we had to make choices, but stay this afternoon. We will definitely talk about Australia, but we had to make choices, and we took, I didn't said that in the introduction, but the three main allies in East Asia, not in the whole Indo-Pacific, and one of the very important partner, which is Taiwan. Question here.
Hi, I'm Kelly Grieco from the Stimson Center in Washington, D.C. I'm glad to have escaped the United States for a little bit. This is actually a question for Dr. Kim. I found it very interesting what you said about the idea that some in South Korea see as the Trump administration being less punitive if South Korea were to develop nuclear weapons. I can see the logic to that. And I think window thinking can be very powerful in international relations. And so I'm wondering, what would, in your view, I know you said you think it's a low likelihood of South Korea developing weapons, but what would be a precipitated, do you think? Would it be something involving North Korea, or would it be more likely on the US side, something around the alliance? And I just wondered if you could also then speak a little bit about that, how that window thinking might play out, and thinking perhaps, now's the time to do it while there is a Trump administration for 4 years to develop nuclear weapons.
You can answer now, Dr. Kim, if you, and then we'll pass the mic in the middle of the next to Mathilde. First Judy and then Mathilde right behind.
Just, so I answer Dr. Grieco now. Okay. So by the way, I think there is these pieces of evidence, but you never really know what President Trump will do. I mean, depending on who he's talking to, he may change his mind. So, but from the South Korean perspective, for example, US forces Korea, the troop presence is very important. And some people think that the treaty obligation from the Mutual Defense Treaty alone is not sufficient. Even though I do think that these just piece of paper still matters a lot, and even without the U.S. forces Korea, I think the alliance still has significant deterrence effects. But cost-sharing arrangement somehow damaging the relationship, and U.S. forces being withdrawn, something like that could trigger very strong reactions from the South Korean side. And another, so this is public, right? Yeah. So another thing is that, so I think South Korea is, so nuclear proliferation is a relatively infrequent, rare event. But yeah, so for example, if other allies of the United States start talking about nuclear acquisition, then I think it's safer for South Korea to cross the street, so the traffic light may be red, but if other countries are also crossing the street, you should go together with them. So if somewhere else in the world, if other allies of the United States start showing interest in acquiring nuclear weapons, South Koreans may be encouraged and may try to take the opportunity.
Judy.
Thank you so much for your sharing and your insights.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm a Central News Agency correspondent, Taiwanese journalist in Paris. And my question is, I would like to, can I say that? Yes. Actually, President Trump, new President Trump has threatened many times to withdraw from NATO. And we said that he's abandoned multilateralism. And I don't know his attention in Asia, would it be the same? Or is it going to abandon or retreat from the multilateralism with Americans' alliances? And I would like to know the Indo-Pacific strategy of European Union, because of course France is an Indo-Pacific country, but how about Germany? How about the other countries? Does European Union has a strategy as a whole in Indo-Pacific region? And can Europe and America made a deal between Ukraine war and in the Pacific, saying like American can help more in Ukraine in exchange with Europe helping more in Indo-Pacific region? Is it possible? Can the interconnection between Taiwan and Ukraine become a practical operation? That's my question. I don't know which professor can answer. Thank you.
So we're gonna give the mic to Mathilde, but so the first question was mostly on the US. So if one of you want to give his own perspective on the US, and the second one is for you, Lizza. But Mathilde first.
Thank you very much. I'm Mathilde Vellier from the Geopolitics of Technology Center here at Ifri. Good to be reminded that not everyone is panicking. Thank you for your very insightful remarks. I would be very curious to hear your views on the future of the discussions on technological issues, since to a different extent, of course, the past two administrations in the US have both encouraged partners to invest more in the tech sectors, especially Taiwan, encouraging its semiconductor manufacturing facilities by TSMC to build plants in the US. And as you mentioned, Trump has criticized the Chips and Science Act, but also accused Taiwan of stealing or having stolen the US chip industry. And the other side of things is that the US have encouraged partners to adopt restrictions towards China with export controls, investment screening, etc. So what, in your opinion, will be the future of these discussions under a new Trump administration, both in bilateral and plurilateral fora? Thank you.
For whom did the question?
Maybe for whoever wanted to speak on this, but maybe Dr. Lai and Professor Hikotani and Lizza Bomassi, maybe.
Okay. So anybody wants to answer on the United States and engagement in NATO? Perhaps it's not really exactly what a question for Asian of speaking, or you want to go?
May I then answer the question about will President Trump abrogate US alliances, be it in Europe or in Asia? Abrogation of military alliances are also relatively rare events. I have actually done some statistical analysis on that before, and one really notable example is the abandonment of Republic of China. But it still took some time. The US Sino-American rapprochement already started in 1971, and the announcement of the abandonment of the Mutual Defense Treaty between the United States and Republic of China came in 1979, and then it became effective, I think, as of January 1st of 1980. So there was a bit of time gap. So, and I think these decisions are not easy to implement, even for a powerful president. So getting out of NATO, destroying US alliances in East Asia, these things are difficult for President Trump as well, I think. However, I think he can easily undermine these alliances without officially withdrawing from these alliances, because alliance texts are usually vague enough for countries to avoid legal obligations. And for example, one thing I'm a bit worried about the South China Sea dispute between the Philippines and China. So when someone dies from these gray zone attacks by China, the Philippine side, the President Marcos said that he will invoke the Mutual Defense Treaty. But what the United States does when the obligation is invoked, it's not clear. And I'm a bit worried that if the response from the United States is rather weak, that might deprive some sort of threatening edge from other US defense obligations, including Article 5 of NATO. So we somehow think that the Article 5 means Americans going into battlefield and fighting. But as far as the text is concerned, Americans can also do something like what they are doing with Ukraine. And that can still, legally speaking, still satisfy the obligation. So even though officially destroying US alliances would be difficult for President Trump, he could really practically weaken the alliances quite easily, because these important decisions like sending troops, that's up to the president to a very significant extent. And I think this is why also it was quite important that President Biden going out of the official government policies and said at least 4 times that the United States troops will actually intervene and defend Taiwan. And so the alliances as institutions, they are quite resilient, but there are ways to really weaken them. And I'm worried about these, latter options.
Dr. you want to jump in on this topic?
Yeah, because the Taiwan ROC has been mentioned several times. First, as example, alliance abandonment, and then later on as an example for the 4 times of reassurance, both by Professor Kim. And so, yes, I think the Taiwan should be in a better position to talk about our assessment regarding whether the United States will leave NATO or abandon NATO. My hunch is that I do not think that the U.S. will do that. Not only because it's rare, but also because the Trump himself look at NATO. He demanded NATO members to live up to the commitment about the defense budget, and also to take care of the issue of Europe. That's what he is talking about. He's not talking about leaving the NATO. At least this is from what we observed, and also his team, not a great number of them right now being public announcers to fill the post are enthusiastic about leaving NATO. So I do not think that is going to be the case. But of course, how the U.S. and Europe deal with the war in Ukraine, and that's going to be define the issues about the relationship in the 4 years under the Trump administrations. And of course, I will have to answer the issue about the Chip and Science Act and how the Trump himself, especially look at TSMC, which has been mentioned several times, whether the Taiwan steal the semiconductors technology from the United States and all that. I have to say that, first of all, about the TSMC investment in Arizona, it actually started during the Trump administration. The Biden administration was able to harvest the fruit due to the agenda. That's how these machine being migrate into that factories. But the Trump himself needs to be reminded or being communicated that this is your achievement. And I said, unfortunately, that I do not think that Taiwan has done a better job in illuminating the facts. And also the issue about the Achievement Science Act, especially how Taiwan and the U.S. Semiconductor supply chain. I think that also needs to be illuminated that for the U.S., the AI related industry, how they're able to remain competitive is precisely driven by the chip that produced by Taiwan. And I also believe that Samsung also is an important part of the supply chain. So instead of going after asking the other country to have a high tariff about the chips, and then so that demanding them to set a factory within the United States. I would say that probably before we're able to have our factory set up in the United States and running, many of the U.S. AI-related industry will be dead, precisely due to the tariff. And that also needs to be communicated. But I think that the President Trump, basically that is when the president come in, he has a certain idea coming from what he inherited in the first administration about what he believed that tariff can actually work to get the other country to invest in the United States. But I think that the fact is also means that the other countries, part of the supply chain is also as an integral part for the U.S. to remain competitive. And that part also needs a better job at communications.
Okay, Lizza, I know you have to run, so if you can comment on the European Indo-Pacific strategies, plurals, because I think there are many.
Yeah, on just quickly on NATO under Trump. I mean, I wish I could be as optimistic as I think we shouldn't forget about the domestic situation here in Europe as well. I mean, we have built up a lot, but yeah, on the Indo-Pacific strategy, I think. Yes, it's broad. It's a lot. There's a lot of things that we need to do, and we need to make our value proposition stronger. And I think under Trump, actually, it's not the same as under NATO. And if I can make a shameless plug, I have an article coming out today if you want to read it. And I argue three things in that. One, I think we need to strengthen our engagement. There are very difficult things that we need to do, including finalizing the FTAs with ASEAN, with India. I know this is hard stuff. It's been going on for years. It's been stalled for a long time, but we need to get that through the finish line. We need to break outside of our silos. I mean, we're talking constantly to the same people. Oh, I mean, this room, sorry, but this is an echo chamber. We need to break out of these rooms and talk to and engage with other people outside of these boxes. And then the third one is, I think we need an honest audit on the Indo-Pacific strategy. We need to draw on our delegations in the region, find out what they're very understaffed, they're stretched thin, but they have knowledge that can help us tailor our engagement a little bit better. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
A question here, first row.
Thank you for your explanations. Jacques-Marie Lossin is a former MP in the Defense Committee. I can guarantee we spent months within the EU with our German allies, for instance, to write some paragraphs in what we call the strategic compass, to have a paragraph on Indo-Pacific strategy. But it's not easy to convince someone from Austria to think about what's going on in North or South China Sea. My question is, we have seen the gentleman here mention AUKUS. Do you think that AUKUS could be extended to Asiatic countries? When I say Asiatic, which means North or East Asia. And if Mr. Trump wants to diminish his investment with NATO, do you think there is a room for an NPTO, which means a North Pacific Treaty Organization? Is there a room for that kind of alliance, which is something that looks like NATO, but only for North Pacific?
Who you are asking, or who wants Professor? Who you are asking to about, because it's about AUKUS mostly, so we don't have any Australian on board, but anybody wants to touch upon? Yeah, Professor Hikotani, for instance, do you have anything to add? And also there was the question, Mathilde's question on tech, if you also want to build up on.
Thank you. On AUKUS, there are those in Japan who politicians who argue that Japan maybe want to join AUKUS and call it JAUKUS. But I think the reality that we have right now is that as of April last year, there was an announcement that AUKUS partners are considering cooperation with Japan on Pillar 2 of the AUKUS partnership on the advanced technology side. And that's where we are with regards to AUKUS. But I think in general, people are in wait and see mode because there are going to be changes in the US about AUKUS as well, and we don't really know where it's going to go at that point. And yeah, and on tech, I guess just to mention that Japan has had a more defensive definition of economic security, that we want resilience and strategic autonomy, and strategic indispensability that they're pursuing was the word that was used to explain the defensive nature of our conception of economic security. But we have been witnessing what's happening in the US, and we are the Japanese government is eager and happy with the TSMC factory opening in Kumamoto. So there are things that Japan is doing to make sure that it has its role to play in the supply chain and also to feel more secure about the supplies. Thank you.
We have just a few minutes left, and I know that there's plenty of questions online as well. John, perhaps you can pick one or two.
Thank you very much. Yes, I will relay this question. There's only one remaining, which is on tariffs and the impact of tariffs. I will read it out. This new tariff war will probably push to a new set of relocation of industries from mainland China to other countries, as we have seen already with Vietnam during the first Trump administration. Taiwan has already reacted with new subsidies for relocation from China. What would be reactions from South Korea and Japan with regard to a prospective Trump tariffs in terms of relocating industries?
So, Professor Hikotani, perhaps you can follow up on what we were just saying.
I think that is a likely thing, but I haven't, maybe I just don't know enough, but haven't read something particular about the expectation of that happening and for the Japanese government to do something to prepare for that. But is there something happening in ROK or Dr. Kim? Because I think that could very well happen, but I think we don't know what the fallout or what type of tariff war might occur between China and the US.
I think a lot of people are just waiting and see what will actually become policy, because the really high tariff presumably will create a lot of pain for American consumers pretty quickly. So there are a lot of smart people in the bureaucratic system of the US government, and I just hope that they don't become powerless in the coming months. And as long as they can really convince the president that it is a really terrible idea, yeah, I hope somehow that with China, I don't know, but with allies, I would think that he would be somehow convinced otherwise, and maybe someone will steal some documents from his desk to make the policy go away, or and it's not just trade though, by the way. So the acquisition of U.S. Steel by Nippon Steel that has been blocked by the Biden administration, and Trump has said that he will kill the deal. And this is such a idiosyncratic situation, because we are supposed to be encouraging friendshoring, and then you are killing a deal. They're killing a deal that makes economic sense and then strategic sense. So there are many probably economic casualties that will really hurt US alliances as well. But I just hope that there will be a lot of people to minimize the damage.
Dr. Line, anything to add? Otherwise, we will wrap up.
Just one final the response to the so-called Asian NATOs or the Northeast Asian NATOs. I personally am not optimistic about the establishment without the United States. U.S. will be essential in needing everything together. So if the Trump is not interested in this idea, I do not think that will work. And if the U.S. is not in the picture, trying to get Taiwan, Japan, Korea, and Filipino together, that'll be even difficult. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Thank you to all the panelists. That was a fascinating discussion. Lizza Bomassi had to rush back to Brussels for another meeting. Thank you again to come. Professor Hikotani, thank you very much for attending, even from a remote. It was great to have you on this session. We will make a break for a lunch break, and then we will reconvene at 1:30 for the second session on defense industries partnership in the Indo-Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Hello, everyone. My name is Ali Tenenbaum. I'm the head of the Security Studies Center here at Ifri, and I have the pleasure to host the second panel on this conference dedicated on that has been very elegantly put the ties that bind to describe defense industrial cooperation within the Indo-Pacific area. And I guess we will have to talk also between Euro-Atlantic area and the Indo-Pac region, because I think that it is very on point this day to stress the signals. To help me discuss this and enlighten these issues, I have with me three wonderful speakers that I will present to you shortly. Each of them will have some 10 minutes or so to first discuss the subject in broad topics, then we'll move to a short discussion with myself, and then of course we'll have at least 30 minutes to open the Q&A to the room. So feel free, both online or in the room, to let us know and take part to the discussion. So first I introduce, I guess ladies first, Kelly Grieco, who's actually completing her second tour of duty here at Ifri in the year of 2024, because she was on this very stage last January at the Paris Naval Conference that we're organizing at the Security Studies Center. Very happy to see you back. Kelly is a senior fellow at the Stimson Center at the Reimagining U.S. Grant Strategy Program. This is another dashing title. At the Stimson Center, her work focuses on U.S. foreign policy and defense policy, obviously addressing questions of international security, military force structures, but also, and maybe even more important to us, the future of military alliances. She is also an adjunct professor at Georgetown University. On my left, there's Professor Wu Pike, who's a professor at the Department of Political Science and International Studies, and also Deputy Director at the Yonsei Institute of North Korean Studies, and finally, Director of the Center for Security Strategy and Aerospace Strategy Institute at Yonsei University of Seoul.
is focusing his research on interactions between domestic politics and international politics, and also working at bridging the gap, as I understand, between the Indo-Pacific regions and the Euro-Atlantic security challenges, stressing the convergence of both regions. We also familiar with France as he's associate fellow with the IRSEM, with the Institute of Strategic Research for the War Academy here in Paris. And finally, joining us online, Mr. Hirohito Oji, who's a senior. You hear us fine. Very good to have you with, again, beautiful background screen. Senior Hirohito is Senior Research Fellow at the Asia-Pacific Initiative and the Institute of Geoeconomics, IOG. I think this is the background screen that we see here right now at the International House of Japan, which is a Tokyo-based global think tank, and where he focuses on national and international security, military strategies, military intelligence. Before joining API and IOG, Mr. Ojin has had a career in the government, in the Japanese government, mostly in the Ministry of Defense, where he served as Principal Deputy Director for the Strategic Intelligence Analysis Office, where he, among all things, led MOD defense intelligence analysis, including on the recent Ukrainian war, before again joining the current think tanks. So we have again very diverse, I guess, geographically diverse and with a excellent convergent military analysts background to discuss this question of industrial defense industry. How is defense industry transformed by the current geopolitical and strategic environment, and how has it been trying to adapt through cooperation, but also in a way, and I think that we won't escape the competition question as well. I think we have to face that. Folks, each of you have 10 minutes. Maybe I turn first to Kelly to give us probably the color from the United States with the yeah, America first, right? the recent frenzy that we just all have been following in the last 2 weeks. So Kelly, we're all ears. You have a lot of intention in the room, I guess, speaking from where you are.
Well, first of all, thank you to Ifri and the organizers of this conference for asking me to speak. As you mentioned, I was here earlier this year for the Naval Conference, and I really enjoy coming to these events at Ifri. I learn a lot from the diversity of speakers that they bring together, and certainly enriches my work when I go home. So I'm going to really discuss three things today. First, I'm just going to provide a brief overview of defense industrial base integration and how it's thought about, and also the problems for the United States in terms of our defense industrial base. Then I'm going to touch on what I see as U.S. strategic and operational goals with defense industrial base integration in the Indo-Pacific. And then I'll conclude with what I see as some challenges ahead as we think about the next administration. Last September, the U.S. Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, William LaPlante, coined a term, production diplomacy, at a public event. And what he meant by that was an approach that integrates the defense industrial bases of allies and partners and tries to improve their resilience. When we think about that term, really it breaks down into two things: integration and resilience. Integration of allies and partners through investments in interoperability and joint capability development. This is when you often hear people using terms like co-development, co-production, co-sustainment. Co-development meaning from the very beginning, we develop a new technology and weapon system together, co-production, where there's a design and we both produce that weapon system or munition, and then co-sustainment, which is an attempt to sort of share the logistics burden together, jointly provide maintenance, repair, and overhaul to weapons and equipment. And the second part of this is about resilience, building redundancies into supply chains, eliminating single points of failure, and also dispersal of capabilities, particularly logistics capabilities. This is not a new concept. I think it's worth acknowledging. We've been practicing production diplomacy for a long time, and even if we haven't used that term, for example, during the Cold War, the United States had a co-production of the F-16 fighter jet with multiple European countries. So this is not a new concept, new idea, but it's certainly come into greater prominence in the last 4 years. And that's because the United States in particular faces 3 problems that make this really imperative to work more closely with allies and partners on defense industrial base challenges. The first thing is that the United States' own defense industrial base contracted very significantly after the Cold War. There's famously this event that occurred in 1993 called the Last Supper, when Deputy Defense Secretary William Perry got together all of the major defense executives for this Pentagon dinner, and he basically explained to them the Cold War is over, there's a peace dividend, and many of you are going to be going out of business. We're not going to be able to support all of these companies. And so our US defense industry consolidated from about 50 main defense suppliers to the Pentagon to now it's about 6. So that's part of what has happened. And also this coincided where in a period of time in the United States where overall production capacity, particularly in manufacturing in the United States, declined. And we also moved a lot of our supply chains overseas. At the same time, though, China was emerging as an industrial powerhouse, particularly in areas like shipbuilding and critical mining, and also microelectronics. And then even in the last Trump administration, there was already a growing awareness that we had this sort of defense industrial base challenge, particularly as we were going back to a time of strategic competition. But I think what's really given urgency to it, of course, is the Ukraine war. War in Ukraine is really, I think, exposed that there's a lack of surge capacity among Western countries in terms of being able to very quickly produce more military equipment in large quantities. And then the second part of that is also this emergence of the importance of commercial products, these dual-use technologies like drones, and that being able to employ these at scale is very challenging. We just don't really have that capacity. So this has led to a lot of emphasis on defense industrial base, cooperation with allies and partners, and in particular, a focus on the Indo-Pacific. So this year, the Department of Defense issued its very first National Defense Industrial Strategy, NDIS, which aims to essentially build what it calls a defense industrial ecosystem. Essentially, this is an idea that we need to work on things like improving workforce and our capacity, our securing supply chains, things like that. But what's important is that it really highlighted the need to engage with allies and partners in this endeavor, particularly the Indo-Pacific. And in May, the Pentagon issued a statement of principles for defense industrial cooperation with allies and partners. This was done on the sidelines of the Shangri-La Conference, co-signed by Japan, Australia, South Korea, the Philippines, New Zealand, Canada, and also a number of NATO allies, Sweden, Italy, Germany, and the Netherlands. It really is just, as it says, a statement of principle saying that we share this project of improving defense industrial resilience, and it outlines 7 top priorities for doing so: expanding capacity and capability, supply chain resilience, defense innovation, information sharing, standardization, reducing barriers to cooperation, and otherwise mitigating potential vulnerabilities. And it vowed to continue dialogue in those areas. Well, what are the U.S. objectives when we think about this kind of work, particularly with reference to the Indo-Pacific? In my view, I see what are essentially 7 objectives for the United States, and I'll start with what I think from strategic to operational. The first is that I think this is largely these efforts of integration are an indirect attempt to build an exclusive U.S.-led security bloc. Now, the United States government would deny that. The Biden administration would certainly deny that, but I think that's actually indeed the case. The more integrated U.S. allies and partners become in terms of their defense industrial bases, the more they become essentially a security bloc in all but name, because you're increasing those interdependencies and it becomes harder to defect. And I think AUKUS is in particular a very good example of this. If those subs ever end up in Australian hands, that it makes it much harder, I think, in that situation for Australia to defect and to actually not participate in a Taiwan contingency, for example. It gives the United States far more leverage. And I think, frankly, that's a good part of the intention. Now, of course, we're also trying to improve interoperability. I think that's the second goal here. And in the Indo-Pacific, this is a really critical goal because we don't have an organization like NATO that allows for improving interoperability among multiple allies and partners. So this becomes very important. And just an example, Korea produces a light attack aircraft, an F-50. It's comprised with about 60% of American subcomponents. And as a result, if South Korea then sells that fighter aircraft today to other US allies and partners, it allows the United States to provide security, communications, and munitions to those partners. So it's a way to sort of build in interoperability much more quickly and more directly. The third one here is this is about burden shifting. It's about reducing allied and partner reliance on American production lines so that they can supply their own defense systems without entirely relying on our new weapons that are coming out of factories. And ideally would be about also stockpiling a lot of these systems, to prepare for a potential conflict with China. It's fourth, bolstering U.S. capacity. In particular, we're really concerned about munitions. There's been a number of war games in Washington, D.C. that have highlighted that the United States would very quickly run out of long-range missiles in a war with China within a couple of days, frankly, of long-range anti-ship missiles. And the thing is that there are two things that we struggle with in terms of building up these munition stocks on the United States. One is in the budget, we have a tendency to cut the munitions. It's the area where it's easy to cut in the budget is munitions, because in contrast to weapons programs that are multi-year projects, it's very easy to just take money out on the munitions from year to year. And the second thing is that we actually only have about 2 prime contractors that make these kinds of missiles and munitions that we're concerned about. And as a result, if there's any choke points in that process, they're the sole source of suppliers. It makes it really hard to have more options to be able to very quickly surge capacity. So this is, I think, something that's particularly attractive for us is if allies and partners can help with some of this munitions problems. And also shipbuilding would be another area that's a bit more complicated. The fifth one, and I actually think this is one of the most important from the US perspective, is easing our logistics and sustainment challenges in the Indo-Pacific. Now, I know that the tyranny of distance has become a bit of cliche. Sometimes cliches are also true. The Indo-Pacific is a really challenging theater for the United States for us to operate. And it's not just the distance, it's also the fact that US bases are often separated by thousands of miles of water in between. This makes it really challenging for us to project power and to figure out how we're going to logistically sustain US operations in that situation. So if we could actually transfer some of the logistics burden to allies and partners so that they could conduct maintenance, repair, and overhaul of, say, US ships, for example, of US fighters, this would actually help us a lot so that we didn't have to bring everything to the theater, but some of this was already in the theater. Also reduce our costs quite a bit because 70% of the cost of most weapon systems for the United States are in sustainment. The sixth is creating redundancies, especially in supply chains. As I said, we don't want these single points of failure. So having more options for production capabilities and also particularly for subcomponents. So right now, for example, the US and Japan are trying to work on producing more Patriot missiles, but the project's been held up because of subcomponents, a shortage of subcomponents. So having more suppliers of these subcomponents would help a lot. Now, whereas the others are all about, in my view, about deterrence, and I love this quote from LaPlante. He says, "Production is deterrence." I think that is very true. Let's be honest, this is also good business for US defense firms. Now, I think US allies and partners share many of these same goals in terms of why they are also attracted to working with the United States in this area. I don't think they're particularly interested in joining an exclusive US-led security bloc, however, but it does allow them to signal with these arrangements a closeness and a level of trust with the United States, which can bolster deterrence. And there's also a level of allied reassurance to it as well. I think, though, it's worth noting that a lot of US allies and partners, though, are diversifying risk. They're hedging bets and they're adopting what you could call a multi-aligned approach to defense industrial projects. So yes, they're engaged in these kinds of projects with the United States, co-production projects, for example, but they're also doing it with each other and also European partners. So the European Union, for example, is seeking security and defense industry partnerships with Japan and South Korea, according to Nikkei News. Australia has also turned to cooperation with other European defense firms for production and sustainment. In particular, they have a long-standing partnership with a Spanish shipbuilder, which is involved in the design and construction of about 60% of Australia's Navy on water tonnage since 2006. So I think that's really important, is that these countries are looking to diversify risk. And I think you also see this with India in particular, as they're trying to reduce some of their dependence on Russian arms. They're not just picking one country to then replace them with. They want to have multiple countries, gives them strategic flexibility. Now, let me just turn a little bit to how we're thinking about these initiatives and how our approach. So, most of these are done bilaterally, if we're being honest. It's not as much a multilateral effort, certainly in the Indo-Pacific. There are 4 multilateral efforts, I think, worth highlighting, however. The first is this Partnership for Indo-Pacific Industrial Resilience, which is actually modeled after the European Heavy Armaments Forum. If you're not familiar with that, it's essentially a forum that synchronizes coordination of production, procurement, and sustainment efforts for Ukraine and gathers national armaments directors together. So there's an attempt seeing how helpful this was in Ukraine to try to bring this to the Indo-Pacific, as well. There's also been a regional sustainment framework that's been established by Department of Defense, which essentially is about maintenance, repair, and overhaul, and trying to basically increase that capacity in the region. And then also a security of supply agreement has been signed, which is essentially an agreement between the Pentagon and other countries to say that their orders will be prioritized and vice versa. Now, probably the most prominent of these multilateral or minilateral efforts would be AUKUS, which the Biden administration established early in its time. AUKUS, obviously, Pillar 1 is the one that grabs most of the headlines, which involves the nuclear-powered submarine capability for Australia. But there's also a Pillar 2, which is about the co-development of new technologies. So hypersonics, artificial intelligence, swarming, has all cybersecurity. Those are all areas for co-development. And there's been efforts to see about expanding Pillar 2, talks with Japan, which were mentioned earlier, South Korea, New Zealand as well have also been mentioned. I'll just say that on that I'm not particularly optimistic about Pillar 1 surviving in the next administration. And I'm not sure that actually doing it Pillar 2 under the AUKUS label is all that helpful. Frankly, I think it should be probably moved to a separate kind of mini-lateral, because AUKUS sort of already has a branding in the region that doesn't make it all that popular. But overall, I'd say a lot of this is, a lot of work has been done in this area in the last 4 years, but it's also been a lot of signing, memorandums of understanding. Statements and principles. So a lot of this is in the early stages, and it would probably come to fruition in about the next 3 to 4 years. And so this makes what the coming Trump administration does quite consequential. Now, as I said, most of these efforts have actually been bilateral. I'm going to try to focus more on Australia here, just because we do have people they'll be speaking right after me to talk about Korea and Japan. But most of these efforts have been bilateral. So co-development, for example, with AUKUS with Australia, and there in March 2024, there was also some development around artificial intelligence sensing systems with the United States and Australia. And then with Japan, we're also co-developing a hypersonic missile interceptor. Co-development is really attractive for particularly, I think, U.S. allies and partners with the United States, because it allows them to get in at stage 0 as opposed to coming in later. And also, especially new technologies where there's not as much of a technological asymmetry between the United States and allies and partners. So it makes it quite attractive to many. But most of what we're doing is co-production at this point, where there's already a system, and instead of relying on American production lines, we're opening new production lines in other countries. So both the United States and Japan are co-producing Patriot missiles, for example. There's also been, I think Mitsubishi is about to also start producing AMRAAMs as well. Australia and the United States are talking about HIMARS rounds being produced in Australia. So there's a lot of work in this area. And of course, India is also increasingly doing more co-production with the United States, including Stryker vehicles, for example. The final one is co-sustainment. This is a real big effort on the part of the United States because we're quite concerned about logistics really being our Achilles heel in the region. And so we've been, in particular, signing more of these kinds of agreements with allies and partners to get them to do maintenance, repair, and overhaul. U.S. South Korea, most of, I would say, our cooperation has actually been in this area. Korea has a very, active shipbuilding industry. So we've signed agreements about having U.S. Ships serviced in Korea. We've also signed similar agreements around the F-35 and having maintenance facilities for that done by Korea. Japan also has a similar agreement with the F-35 as well. And we have one with Australia. We also have one with Australia. Now, there's been a lot of progress, as I said, but I think there are some major obstacles ahead. And some of these, I think, will have to do with the next administration. And some of them are sort of more built into the project itself, that I don't think it matters who would have, the next administration. It would have been a challenge either way. Now, the first one is U.S. protectionism. There's a bit of a tension here in that we want to, make more, we want to be doing more co-production, co-development with allies and partners. But this also, we have a lot of legislation that's very protectionist that actually makes this harder. I think shipbuilding is probably the best example of this. So we have these Build in America laws that require that U.S. ships be built in the United States. The Navy has to build ships here, which makes it much harder then for us to take advantage of the fact that South Korea and Japan are actually leaders of shipbuilding. Outside of China, they're two of the leading states, so we can't really do that. Also, regulatory and security barriers are a major factor. We often talk about ITAR being a problem for the United States, so we're very concerned about sensitive technology ending up in the hands of adversaries. This is a little bit of a legacy of the Cold War when we had this major technological military advantage, not maybe as relevant in some respects in an age when it's a lot of commercial technology that's actually leading to military product. But this ITAR process and paperwork takes a long time. It can take 12 to 18 months. AUKUS, for example, Australia just got an ITAR exemption this September. That's how long it took. And it's partly because 9 individual pieces of a Virginia-class submarine had to each individually receive export exemptions. So this is not a fast process. There's also this problem of vendor lock because many companies in the United States, they basically want to protect intellectual property. And so they're wary of allowing another factory cooperating with another defense industry in another country to produce a weapon system that is their intellectual property. And there's probably a need to reform that kind of process. And then I would just say 2 more very quickly is that there's some allied partner domestic political pushback. The more you're doing this, the more closely you're aligning with the United States in this kind of cooperation. Countries, many of them are trying to think about how to balance their relationship with the United States and China. So there's domestic political pushback in that way. And then let's be honest, business competition matters. I'm very much aware that I'm talking to a French audience, and we all know the history of AUKUS. But this also is an issue in the Indo-Pacific with some of our allies, in particular South Korea. South Korea has a very vibrant defense industry these days. And we've refused in the past to share electronic radar technology information with South Korea, in part because we're worried about competition with South Korean firms. And I'll just close on this note. I was at a defense industry dinner several months ago, and I was asking them about competition with allies. And I was asking them about Europe. saying, what's competition like with Europe, especially as they're spending more on defense? Are you concerned about this competition? Universally, they told me no, they were not. They said, we're worried about South Korea because they can get things at a cheaper price to people and they can get it faster to the customer. So I think, again, that kind of competition makes this cooperation harder. And of course, just a final thought, one of the real challenges here will be the Trump administration looking at these as business deals as much as strategic deals and strategic relationships. And there'll be a tension, I think, here with trade barriers and tariffs, perhaps, and how that's going to interact with this attempt to try to deepen cooperation. So figuring out how to recast perhaps some of these projects in a language that might appeal to the Trump administration and be consistent with their ideas of how the world works will probably be very important.
Thank you, Kelly, for this excellent first line of presentation. And on this competition note, I want to state that we are not afraid of South Korea. Here at Ifri, at least, we are very happy to have this cooperation, but also, of course, this competition. And I agree with you that competition has been more and more on the mind of people in the defense industry business. So we'll, on this perfect transition. We're very happy and not afraid at all to listen to you.
Well, I think it's the South Korean defense industry is on fire, and then expanding its presence across the globe, not only in the Pacific region, as Kelly mentioned, but also Euro-Atlantic region, especially in the European continent. Let me just start with Kelly's remark on this defense industrial base integration. Thanks for that. I mean, thanks to this integration, the stock of Korean weapons makers are soaring and then record high. That means the United States try to integrate or include South Korean defense industry into their supply chain in official way. That actually is a big boost for South Korea. But at the same time, South Korea, and then I think it's in the near future, Japan help the United States filling the gap caused by its own declining military defense industrial and then manufacturing capacity in the Pacific region and the Euro-Atlantic region. Certainly good business for Korean weapons makers, but and then at the same time enforcing Korea's security status in the American alliance hierarchy across the globe. This is in my initial response to Kelly, but let me just get back to my own presentation on it. On the South Korea's defense industries expansion in the Euro-Atlantic region and then into Pacific region. Two sets of security convergence happening. I'm preaching this security convergence in the last few years right now, and it's really happening. Region and then dimension. Region again, the United States grand strategy, so-called integrated deterrence. Coined by Biden administration. I don't know it's going to be sustainable or not on the Trump administration 2.0. But still there, and then it will be maintained for a while at least. In that sense, under this American grand strategy, in the Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic region are actually converging. More likely, to MENA, Middle East, and then North Africa too. So this is real integration of regional security structure across the globe. And then dimension also, conventional military security and then, economic security. I think this is a very fashionable, term, for the security community across the globe. And, technological security. These three types of dimensions of security is really converging. That's, what's happening, not to mention about this aerospace defense industry, but also, ground force and conventional, and then MRO, and all those things, and not to mention, MOMT, and then AI-driven, Korea's defense industry actually playing a very intriguing role in this security convergence. I think it's South Korea's defense industry has been the catalyst, for the regional security convergence, especially in the European continent. And then I think it's not many European defense experts or decision makers expect to see, South Korean defense industry or the weapons, a very comprehensive lineup of weapons, in the European soil, in a Central Eastern European country, and
this is how it works. That's my analytical framework, to see this defense industrial this role, Korean defense industry role in the global security, structural change. Korea's evolving strategic position and role beyond Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia is pretty obvious. And then, spearheaded by this defense industry expansion, and of course, the United States demand strongly, to step up, just get out of, Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia, and then just to play a larger and a wider role in the West Pacific, in the North Pacific, and then probably potentially in the Malacca, Strait, and even Indian Ocean. So South Korean Navy is aiming at blue water navy. This is tightly related to I say this shipbuilding industry of South Korea is pretty capable to produce two frigates and then destroyers and submarines, and then they are actually expanding its own military assets, especially those by 2035. Korea will have the KDDX Aegis destroyer project done, and then South Korea will have 9 very capable Aegis destroyers, and then many more submarine, even though it's not a nuclear engine submarine. But again, and this is a really big deal for South Korea's defense industry and the military power. But the defense industry it came in the mix right now. Not just for South Korea, but for Indo-Pacific allies of the United States. That's what Kelly mentioned. Not to mention the AUKUS and then Corden and so on. But South Korea specifically helping those Indo-Pacific allies. For example, the Philippines. We mentioned it, and then Australia. And then so Indonesia, and then some other countries, and then now we are talking about the manufacturing the submarine, 60 billion Canadian dollar worth of submarine for the Canada. So South Korea is filling that gap and here and there in the Indo-Pacific region. This is pretty significant, and then again it's a good business, but that's what's going on, and even the Vietnam actually, tried to buy some Korean weapons. For example, K9 self-propelled howitzer. This is a pre-unprecedented. Those Vietnam and South Korea collaborate on this defense industry. So meaning that this is pretty wide implication. Of course, China and then partly Russia. I will briefly mention about North Korean case, but that's what's going on. And then Euro-Atlantic region. I think it's France and the French decision makers and defense industry. We discuss about it a little bit. Nervous and cautious about in South Korea's growing presence in the Central and Eastern Europe, and then the Northern Europe. And then this is how it works. And now Korea is really engaging in the Ukraine-Russian war. Via Central Eastern European countries. Building their military prowess and capacity by defense industrial cooperation. For example, Korea-Poland deal. I think you already know. Many of you are aware of this sheer magnitude of this deal. For example, K2 Black Panther 3.5 generation MBT 1,000 unit by Hyundai Rotem. K9 self-propelled howitzer. It's a 155 millimeter howitzer, so 672 units by Hanwha Aerospace. FA-50 right jet fighters, 12 for the FA-50, 36 for FA-50PL, total of 48 units. And then they are discussing about KF-21 for 45 generation jet fighter. And then K239 Chunmoo MLRS, and this total 288 unit. And we discussed how many MLRS and does France have right now. Oka submarine procurement in the Changbogo class batch 3. And the ballistic and cruise missiles under negotiations. And then Romania is entered started to cooperate with Korea, and then now they already have decided to buy the K9 self-propelled howitzer 54 units. K10 ammunition carrier is 36 units, and the K2 is under negotiation. K2 and on and on and on. So, and then Slovakia is considering buying, more, from South Korea. So it's, Central Eastern European country and then South Korea helping the arming. Of course, this is, the bloody business, but they are de-arming the Central Eastern European, countries, and which cannot get those weapons from the United States and France and Germany and Spain and Italy. So this is a pretty big deal. So that's why I say that South Korea is playing a catalyst role in this security convergence between Euro-Atlantic region and Indo-Pacific region. If not Indo-Pacific in general, then East Asia and Central and Eastern Europe and then Russia. So, and again, it's a more its twist in here is the Poland and Romania strongly demand this localization package, from South Korean defense makers. And then if Poland and, South Korea is very willing to, unlike, France and then Italy and, United States, because, South Korea is just, the best follower, not a, leader. So they provide, technology transfer and localization. But, think that, in 10 years, in 5 to 10 years, and then Poland and Romania producing all kinds of conventional ground weapons, and then, jet fighters and on and on and on. And this is a really significant changer for the entire European security structure. They don't need weapons from, Western European country. And they are number one priority, of course, the United States, American weapons, but the second tier and the 1.5 tier is going to be fulfilled by the Korean and their own, So this is a clear. How many main 3.5 generation main battle tank do France and Germany and the Netherlands and Italy and Spain have right now? It's hundreds of them. But the basic contract between Korea and Poland is 1,000 units. So that share is Poland is the strongest, the most powerful ground force in Europe. It's only matched by Russia. So this is an entirely different story right now. So this is the implication by the South Korean the military defense industry in Europe, North Korea's military alliance with Russia. I think it's Ellie asked me to deal with that. It's a treaty on the comprehensive strategic partnership. I think session 1 rightly touched upon this issue, the number is just astonishing. Since August 2023, in sales of approximately 8 million 152 millimeter and then 122 shells, ammunitions, and then KN-21 short-range ballistic missiles already provided to the Russia, RPG, rocket propelled grenade to Russia, on and on and on. This is just, it's not a joke. But unfortunately, I think it's the European, especially Western European country, take this type of the collaboration between North Korea and Russia seriously. I think I'm very surprised. And then now we are talking about 10,000 strong North Korean soldiers in the Ukraine and Russian front line. And still, the France and the Germany and others, and just verbally criticize or, concern, but they just don't do nothing. This is what's going on. And then it is really serious issue, but I think it's, shows that, ironically, this real convergence between these, Atlantic regions, the Europe and then, in the Northeast Asia or Asia, by these two, Koreas. I didn't expect that, to be honest with you, but this is, irony of history. The history. And then just Kelly mentioned about tyranny of distance. I think it's the tyranny of distance is gone in the sense, in the security convergence. Okay, and and then return to the American defense industrial base integration. I think this is a good thing for the United States. And then its allies. I think it's just more like division of labor and then collaboration or co-responsibility for the collective security. I think in the United States, of course, wanted to monopolize or have an entire grip on this defense industry weapon system for its own allies in the Indo-Pacific region, but it cannot do it anymore. At the same time, that actually allow the United States strategists to think more flexible and then make best out of it. As Kelly mentioned and explained extremely well, and then that's how it works for this United States hub and spoke system in the Pacific region, and then it's not just allies but also partners are being integrated into this supply chain, and I think that goes for the Europe too. Who are the main the manufacturers for complementing the United States American defense industrial base? I think defense industrial base integration is happening in the Pacific region, but I think it will come to the Euro-Atlantic region too, because the United States cannot provide all kinds of weapons to European countries, right? And then who are the leaders? I think it's Germany already stepped in. They agreed to develop the next generation of HIMARS with the United States, and then Poland and Romania is right behind that, and then Sweden and all those Nordic countries. So this is it's not just the Indo-Pacific thing. It can be it will be pretty soon in the Euro-Atlantic thing. Okay. So yeah, I think Korea will play a complementary role when the United States needs Korea in the primary battlefield. But at the same time, this defense industrial cooperation, it's going to be pretty interesting to see. Again, the South Korea is complementing the United States weapon system production. But at the same time, Korea might be emerging as a competitor for the lower, I mean, probably 1.5 tier, the weapon system again. I mean, with the United States. To conclude. Again, I didn't expect to say this in Paris in 2024 that the two Koreas are the vanguard or the catalyst for the regional security convergence, and I didn't expect, but it was logically right that North Korea will dispatch their troops after those ammunitions and then the weapon sale, but this is really happening. So I think it's the Western European country, especially France, just wake up. That's a really serious matter. And then United States actually demand, its allies to do more, for the United States and, collective security, not only in the Europe as well as in Asia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leo. I think, again, enlightening another angle of the triangle, and the last but not least, certainly not least, part or piece of this at least in Northern Asia Pacific triangle is certainly Japan. So now I'm turning online to Mr. Hiritoji to better offer the perspective from I guess Tokyo. I don't know what time is it in Tokyo. I hope it's decent time. But we're very happy to have you and maybe to comment on these aspects and offer your own perspectives. Arigato gozaimasu. And now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ellie. Thank you, Ellie, for a kind introduction. And good evening, good afternoon. It's 11 p.m., 10 p.m. Here. Okay. So because the two great panelists already emphasized and explained the importance of defense industry base integration and international cooperation, I would quickly get into what are the pointing out what are the challenges in implementing the shared goal. I think Japan and other U.S. allies in the Indo-Pacific region more or less share the goals for defense industry base integration and cooperation. So the goals are basically okay. But implementation is not okay. And I'd like to highlight the two major challenges, especially Japan has in implementing the defense industrial cooperation. The first is, as Kelly already touched upon it, but Japan's over-reliance on U.S. defense supply chains, especially at the component and subcomponent level. So Japan and also South Korea have indigenized defense equipment and defense systems by learning from U.S. technologies for like 60 and 70 years after 1950. The Japan's defense companies can manufacture their own defense system, which are tailored to the requirements of the self-defense forces. But yet, under the component and subcomponent levels, Japan's defense companies still import most of the critical equipment and subcomponent from U.S. big suppliers. And that will cast a vulnerability and difficulty in expanding the redundancy of the total defense production and defense production cooperation between the U.S. and Japan. Is Japan's production of Patriot air defense missiles, and those missiles are intended to be exported to the U.S. Mitsubishi Heavy Industry has the capacity to manufacture those weapons, but because the Mitsubishi relies on Boeing for the critical components, the seekers, the shortage of such components are functioning as kind of a bottleneck for expanding the level of production. So that means that without resolving this problem, the U.S. cannot rely on Japan on the extra provision of such missiles. So I think for the defense industrial base integration and cooperation being very realistic and successful, I think the U.S. has to engage with Japanese companies more, especially the transfer of the technologies to Japanese companies at the component and subcomponent levels would be very crucial. And then the next Trump administration will step in this move because of the concern about the unilateral technological transfer of the U.S. company to Japanese companies. From the standpoint of the direct benefit, I think the Japanese companies would benefit from such sort of deal directly. But from the standpoint of the total benefit of allied defense production indirectly, I think the U.S. would benefit very much from such sort of technological engagement with Japanese companies. Without that, I don't think we can expand and enhance the material capacity of our allied defense supply chain. That is the first challenge. And the second is, I think, more serious than the first. That is the competing demands between Japan's own home demand for defense production and more increasing international demand, primarily requested by the U.S. The 2022 strategic documents in Japan pledged to double its defense budget, defense spending, and most of them are now going to defense procurement for self-defense forces. And because of the 20-year long decline and deteriorating situation of Japanese defense industry, Japanese defense companies are not quite well accustomed to the surge in defense production. And the major defense industry are now struggling to expand their defense production capacities. There's a media report telling that the major defense companies are now adding like 30% factory workers, 40% facility the investment, but still they are very managing the rapidly increasing demand for defense production, especially in the realm of long-range missiles and shipbuilding. So the shipbuilding is the Korea example. The Japanese shipbuilders are now increasing the pace of producing Mogami class and its successor class frigates, like 2 to 3 ships contract per year. So it needs to expand its defense production capacity. But in addition to that, Japan is participating in the international competition by the Australian government for the next multiple frigates. And if Japan wins the competition against the German company, the initial set of frigates should be manufactured in Japanese shipyards. So this is an addition, and there should be some sort of adjustment between the ships built for the maritime self-defense forces and the ships manufactured for Australian Navy. And then the US is now trying to request the Japanese shipbuilders for the maintenance and overhaul of the forward deployed vessels, and such maintenance and repair work required the certain docks in the shipyards. So we need to really adjust the growing domestic demand and growing international demand at the same time. And it seems that, from my point of view, Japanese defense companies still hesitate to rapidly invest in the future because of the lack of clear image of the growth in Japanese defense industry, even though there are many opportunities and foreign demands. So I think we need at least 2 measures to overcome this difficulty. One is clear predictability of the future businesses. That predictability should be accomplished through government-to-government dialogues and talks involving the defense companies of Japan and the US and other countries. And such sort of a clear picture can convince Japanese defense companies for prior investment in future opportunities. And the second measure is government assistance to private entities in Japan. In 2023, Japan enacted the law on enhancement of defense industrial base. And that law includes the provision of government assistance, government subsidy program to help defense companies for the activities of maintaining and sustaining the defense supply chains. But the problem of this subsidy program is that the operation of the program is too rigid, and it is based, it is designed for sustaining and maintaining the current structure of defense supply chains. And I think that the facing the increasing domestic and international demand, this sort of subsidy program cannot be adequately fitted with what is needed. So I think the Japanese government should help defense companies for investing more in enhancing future defense production capacity, because it will take certain time to grow factory workers and establish facilities, like a couple of years. So I think we need to move faster than before to prepare for the future uncertainty. And I think the expectation from our partners is huge, and to respond to such expectation, in addition to meet, of course, the requirements of the self-defense forces, and the adjustment of those expectations is the duty for Japan. I'll stop now.
Thank you very much again for this definitely complemental comments, and I think very important elements that you gave. And as a European, I definitely see some mirror aspects, especially when you mentioned that everybody knows that defense is important to invest, but the companies still sort of resist or remain skeptical because of lack of visibility, predictability. I think that we should also, if we have time, should mention the financial sector and its role in actually supplying the whole defense sector with the money it needs. Now, I'm myself in a kind of a dilemma, because I wanted us to have 30 minutes of discussion with the room, and that means that we should start now. But I don't resist asking the three of you one question at least, a common question. Maybe if you can try to pack this quite quickly, and then we move to the Q&A. And if I have time, I add more questions to each of you. One question for me to the three of you is obviously another elephant in the room that we didn't really touch upon, which is China and its place. Or you mentioned a bit, Kelly, at the beginning as China as a production powerhouse. I think that's the term you used. Where is China right now in the landscape of the supply chain of the defense industry for each of the three allies that you mentioned, in the general landscape of the defense industry in the Indo-Pacific region, and even to some extent of the Euro-Atlantic region? Right now, everybody's talking about decoupling, or at least de-risking, and we know that we're going to have at least a Trump administration that puts this very high up on the priority agenda. And we have economies, especially I mean, all worldwide, but especially in the region, who are very deeply intricated with the China supply chain. Maybe not necessarily on the most critical or the most sensitive material and components, but it's still how present is still China in the defense industry sector in the region, according to you? And should sort of a China risk-free defense industry be a target, or shouldn't it be? How do you assess that? Maybe this is just a general question. And we can start reverse, maybe with Hiro, if you want to start, and then to Will and Kelly.
Okay, so quickly responding to Ellie's question, I think there are two main factors need to be considered, especially in relation to Japan's defense industry. First is, of course, the de-risking from Chinese sources in Japan's defense supply chain. I think it is very difficult to grasp the whole picture of different supply chains. And some of those production supply chains are shared by both by defense products and also civilian products. And in fact, that the Japan's defense industry, Japan's defense companies are not the pure defense businesses. They are doing civilian businesses, and so we need to really look at in details to anatomize the defense supply chain, and I don't think we can still we are still I don't think we are still succeeding in grasping the total picture, and the problem with that is that because the prime contractors in Japan cannot fully understand its reliance in China's sources. I think once a crisis started and once some sort of critical materials are banned from China to Japan, there will be the unexpected results of the delay of defense production and the shortages for material. But I think out of these difficulties, I think especially the rare earth material is the problem because Japan is now relying on I guess 90% of rare earths, Chinese rare earth minerals, and those material, rare earth material, are used in the rocket motors and propulsion systems as some sort of coding of the material. So it is very difficult and almost impossible to escape from Chinese sources in relation to rare earth materials. So to avoid the shortages during a conflict, I think the peacetime stockpiling efforts of certain materials and components would be crucial. I think this is the first point. And quickly, the second point is that because the Japanese defense and aerospace industries have, as I said earlier, the civilian aircraft businesses, and those business sections are partnering with US Boeing or European Airbus. And the problem with that, for instance, European Airbus is heavily investing in China and trying to expand more. That means that the subcontractor, as a subcontractor, Japan's aircraft companies, the financial basis, part of that is relying on Chinese market. I think that will be the problem in the very near future.
Thank you very much. I think this dual use point is exactly there and absolutely critical. The rare earth is also an element that I think has been long studied by John Seaman, who I see at the end of the of the room, and very much on our mind. Will on this maybe if we can do it quickly so we can open the floor.
For weapons production, as far as I know, I think it's the Chinese parts are not provided to Korea as well as the United States, at least. I remember one episode in I think 2022, F-35 had just only one part from China, and then they was declined by American Air Force. That actually shows, how serious in the United States has been. And then South Korea is following the United States, policy, not to, of course, dual use and anything can be, it can be very wish-washing here and there. But I think South Korean government makers are very, very, cautious about it. China, it's admit or already accept that they cannot just crack the market in the so-called American allies defense industrial market. So they try to have some customers from the Middle East and Southeast Asia, Latin America. And then they tried in Central Eastern Europe, but they failed. So this is it's very clear that this compartmentalization or segregation of these Chinese weapons producers from the world market. In that sense, I think it's pretty safe to say the United States and the United States allies are kind of bulletproof, from the Chinese part, but now China is providing those parts for the Russian manufacturers, and I've heard the Korean, Japanese, or some other countries, probably European, those parts actually imported to Singapore or the China, so India, and then they provided to the Russia for the assemble their own weapons. Yeah, so this type of blank market thing is always happening. So we need to be very cautious, to say it's bulletproof from the Chinese part.
Kelly, maybe also on the wider economic implications of all this.
Yeah, I think they both did such a great job talking this. I'll be very brief, but I would just say that critical minerals is something that I've increasingly heard the Department of Defense mention probably in the last 6 months to a year. So I think that's actually an area where the Trump administration might prioritize, in particularly because they can put their own stamp on it as well. And the second thing I would just say is the drone market would be the other area I would be watching, particularly the commercial drone market. Because we need an alternative to DJI, which is a Chinese company that dominates the market. And one of the challenges for US domestic commercial drone market is that it's really hard to break into it because DJI makes so many drones that they're able to offer a better product at a lower cost just because of the volume that they do. And so there has been legislation or things brought up in Congress about potentially banning DJI drones, in part to try to allow the domestic industry to be able to be more competitive in the market. And, again, that wouldn't surprise me if that's something that Trump tries.
Very good point. Having been to Ukraine, I know alternatives to Mavics are pretty hard to come by. Okay, now is time to open the floor for questions. Please signal me raising your hands. I see 1, 2, and 3. We start with the 3 first in the first rows.
Patrick Hernen, ancien militaire, j'ai travaillé notamment à l'OTAN. Je rebondis sur le commentaire de Mme Grieco qui a dit qu'en 1900...
Please, can you...
In English?
I don't think... Yes,
excuse me.
It has to be in English. No translation right now.
I'm Patrick Hernen. I used to be a military officer working for NATO. And back in the 90s, in the US, you decreased the number of industrial from 15 to 6. I think in Europe, we didn't do our homework. The only good example mentioned by Mr. Hirohito Ogi, was Airbus, but I don't think there are other examples, success stories in Europe. Have you got in Asia, between South Korea, Singapore, and Japan, success stories, maybe even with China, mainland China or Taipei, success stories of combined industrial to decrease the cost and be more effective?
Capital concentration question. There was another, maybe I suggest that we take some questions in a row so that, yeah, 2 ladies actually in front of me.
Thank you. I'm Catherine Mantel. I used to work in the energy sector, banking and energy. I have one question regarding rare earths. The monopoly of China is not so much about production, that about refining. Refining is highly polluting. So if you want to stop this monopoly, it means that other countries will have to accept to refine rare earths. And there is an issue about acceptability of this pollution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for all these developments. It was really, really interesting. I would like to come back to the duality of some industrial production, some industrial products, and especially how do you see we can manage the contradiction between the necessity of building a more integrated industrial base, a more coordinated, especially when I will take the word of Admiral Vendier, the former CNO of the French Navy, when he talks about the tyranny of distance in the Indo-Pacific. So we need more assets. We need to share more information. So we need to have more interoperability between our system of communication. But most of this technology right now is dual. It means that there is a huge commercial challenge between the countries that are using those technologies. I don't speak about China and the rest of the Indo-Pac and US and allies. I speak between allies and partners in Indo-Pac. So how can we deal with this competition? And in your opinion, what do you think will win, the competition or the imbrication?
Thank you, Tzipora. And maybe for this round, Jacques Maillosian in the front, and there will be time for the behind row after. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacques Maillosian, still a former MP and member of Defense Committee. I'm teaching international relationships nowadays. Most of the strategic challenges are on sea. And I've read many analyses saying that the US Navy is declining, aging, and facing a lot of production problems. Agings, we know that many ships are very old, first. Second, we know that the US Navy has encountered many issues of failure, like the Zumwalt program, which is ended now after just 3 boats. Other problems with some frigates. You know, all the issues of the F-35, that is really a technical failure, a successful commercial, but technical failure, etc., etc. And most of that, we have in the industrial basis, reduced capacity. So the challenge is, how can you imagine that the US will develop a relationship, partnership, alliance strategy in Asia, while if Mr. Trump says America first, their first priority would be to energize their navy in building at home and not for the other countries.
Okay, thank you. So, folks, we have to focus and try to be sharp on time if we want to have time for a second wave of question. I have on my plate capitalistic concentration and scale economies, I guess. Refining rare earth, duality and competition in the dual use and even in the civilian use domain, and how does this impact defense and defense industry, and finally US naval capacity pitfalls and its impact on the rest. Maybe we can share, I don't know, Hiro, you want to start with some elements, maybe the whatever you think fit, and then we'll try to address again things reverse.
Okay, thank you. I'd combine some of the questions and answer to those questions. I think the on the issue of defense industry consolidation, Japan is also failing to realize this consolidation so far. So I think this is the problem before the international defense production integration. And the major issue is that Japanese heavy industries do not see the incentives for consolidation, because some of the civilian sectors, civilian businesses are more profitable than defense-related businesses. So especially establishing pure defense companies would not be a realistic options. And I think it's a very ironic, but the decline of some civilian sectors would be an incentive for defense industry consolidation in Japan so far. The clear example is the ship building industry. There were three surface ship builders in Japan, but one of the shipbuilder dropped the defense section and sold that section to one of the the top shipbuilder. And so there are only two surface ship manufacturers in Japan. The major reason was that the coronavirus impact. Because of the coronavirus, the demand for civilian shipbuildings dropped dramatically. So that company really needed a sharp prioritization of their resources, and decided to focus on relatively profitable civilian sectors and sell the relatively unprofitable defense sector to another company. So I think the balance of profitability between civilian sectors and the defense sectors would be currently very crucial in the Japanese defense industry. How to arbitrarily create this environment, I think this is very difficult task for the government, because the government, especially the defense ministry, doesn't have the forcible measure to merge private entities. But maybe we can come up with some sort of options to create some financial incentives for this defense industry consolidation in the future.
Thank you very much for these points.
Korea is quite different from Japan. This defense industry or weapon production is dirty business in Japan, and partly I think it's Germany, but it's not dirty business in South Korea. South Korea had North Korea. I think the first question to about how South Korea or probably the others manage the scale of economy for the mass production of this weapon, comprehensive line of a weapon. South Korea had North Korea, so that means South Korea had no choice but to produce weapons last 6-7 decades. And 1970s, 80s until so that time the United States provided technologies and the weapons and then quite a bit, but South Korea advanced its industrial capacity. And then in 90s and in 2000s, and then the United States declined to technology transfer. So South Korea just turned to France, Germany, Israel, and then Russia. Don't forget Russia. Russia helped South Korea quite a bit, and then Ukraine, and on and on and on. So in that sense, South Korea was not, is pretty much fearless, because to confront or contain North Korean military provocation. And North Korea, as a nuclear weapon right now. So it's very good business. At the same time, very legitimate and then patriotic business in South Korea. So overproduction is not a concern, for South Korean defense industry right now. South Korean defense industry, I think personally I actually expect this market is growing rapidly. Now we are talking about Donald Trump. Donald Trump, is basically isolation, more, and then reduce its economy, military contribution to everywhere. Euro-Atlantic region, Indo-Pacific region. So who are going to produce those weapons? Then answer is pretty obvious. The demand is there, and then as we just discussed about this, defense industrial base integration, that means the United States cannot provide weapons for everybody. So this is how it works. So I think it's France and then Germany and European makers do not need to worry about this overproduction issue. And then, as we know, those weapons providers in the world are very limited. The United States, Russia, China, Korea, Japan, France, UK, Germany, Israel, Turkey, Sweden, Italy. Yeah, you mentioned it. Just about 12 to 15 providers. Other than that, the others cannot provide weapons. This is my answer. China, I think it's the third question is Donald Trump administration, so far these appointments of the Secretary of State and then National Security Advisor and then other posts are give a strong signal that Donald Trump administration will focus on China. China, as you just mentioned, that have tons of increased growing number of the surface and the submersive ship, which is matching the United States Navy in the Indo-Pacific. Probably China is going to, don't forget this Antarctica, North High Sea. The Canada is really concerned about their containment of the Chinese submarines and then along with the Russian submarine. The meaning that they need more ships. South Korea need more ships. Japan need more ships, and then that's why Australia is buying those frigates. Probably, hopefully, the Mitsubishi heavy industry rather than ThyssenKrupp of Germany. That actually help those supply chain and the integration in the Indo-Pacific American alliance system in the from the defense industrial perspective. Think if they the Australia buy Mogami class frigates from the Japan, and then that actually make very close closer alignment between this Japan and Australia. If Canada is buying the submarine Jangbogo class 3 to batch 2 from South Korea, and that actually makes this, as you just say, North Pacific alliance or alignment is happening. It's tightly related to the American grand strategy, probably under Donald Trump administration 2.0, that actually feeding into this China containment or constraining strategy too.
Thank you, Will. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that we won't have time for another set of questions, but we have time certainly to listen to Kelly's answer to the first rows. Probably, I guess, at least U.S. Navy pitfalls, but maybe also I'd be interested in hearing you on the competition, the civilian competition. How does it impact the relation between allies?
Great.
I think it's quite timely.
Thank you. So let me talk about the last question first around the U.S. Navy. I wouldn't actually agree that it's in decline. I think what is actually happening for all the services right now is that they're taking calculated risk and deciding to place big bets in their budgets on procurement rather than readiness. And part of that is a calculated risk on the basis of where they think China is. And not being really quite ready yet to take any kind of military action. And so they're hoping those new systems will come online before China is ready. And then at that point, it will greatly strengthen deterrence. I would also say that this question about America first versus cooperation, that's clearly going to be an issue. What I would say is where I think it's going to be an issue in particular is with AUKUS. And I don't think it's actually particular to Trump, in the sense that AUKUS, in terms of providing these subs, it's an area where it's really hard, right, for us to really increase production around Virginia-class submarines. And a lot of it has to do with shortage of skilled laborers is the biggest limiting factor. One of the issues with this is that it actually says in the legislation that the president has to sign off on releasing those subs to Australia, that he essentially has to say that there's an excess capacity that the Navy does not need, so they can be given to Australia. Whether it had been President Harris or President Trump, I don't think a US president is going to be in a position to sign off on that. And so I think that's going to become an issue. My guess is that AUKUS will change a little bit, and perhaps what it will mean is that the United States, instead of us giving the subs directly to Australia, it will probably be that we base the subs in Australia. And then, of course, that raises questions for Australia, what it's going to do with its older submarines. My suspicion will be that South Korea may end up selling submarines to Australia.
Actually, yeah, Will, you wanted a final two finger on
finger.
Yeah.
We are in France right now in IM. I think it's a, my proposal and a suggestion. France need to think about cooperate with South Korea and Japan to develop defense industry. France has a very unique position. It's a strategic autonomy, drive, from the Charles de Gaulle. Understand that, agree with that. But now it's changing the security structure in the world, and the United States actually need France and other partners to say cooperate in this defense industry production as South Korea and then Japan actually try to complement the American production in the weapon system in the Indo-Pacific region. In that sense, I mean, I know France has a very proud country and at the same time very strategically oriented, but think and some unthinkable partnership with others, including South Korea. We just mentioned about MLRS. The France need it, but who can provide this? And then probably South Korea and France can produce in this MLRS, Chunmoo 2 type of thing. And then I think we need to think out of the box. Otherwise, we will, be in the delay, just meaninglessly compete with each other in the unnecessary field. Thank you.
Thank you on this open-handed, I guess, and opportunity to be pointed at. I cannot agree more. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, before ending the session, please join me with thanking the wonderful panelists we had, both here in Paris and online from Tokyo, where I will let Hiro go back to sleep or whatever, late dinner in Tokyo, and then we will move to a well-deserved coffee break that we have here waiting for us, and we will resume in 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're just about to get started. Last folks trickling in from the coffee break. Coffee is sacred, particularly this time of day, but we'll do our best to be as dynamic as we can be to keep everybody going as your coffee sets in. So this is the third and final session of our annual conference from the Ifri Center for Asian Studies. Thank you for sticking with us throughout the day, or thanks for joining us if this is your first session. We've been talking a lot about alliances and hearing a lot from sort of the core US partners in East Asia. We've heard a lot from Korea. We've heard a lot from Japan. The title of this session is The Future of Alliances and Security Partnerships in the Indo-Pacific. And I think you'll probably notice that we are steering a little bit away from the core partners. And I will, of course, invite those speakers from previous panels to speak up if you have things to say. But we're primarily turning our attention to non-allied partners in the Indo-Pacific. We'll hear from, of course, Taiwan, which is not an allied partner, but which is a very important security partner. Well, the United States is a very important security partner for Taiwan, and some may very well argue that Taiwan is a very important security partner for the United States as well, with a very strategic position in relation to China. So we'll hear about Taiwan. We'll venture to Southeast Asia. We, of course, heard from the Philippines this morning, but Southeast Asia is much broader than the Philippines, of course. And so we'll get to perspectives on the future of alliance and security partnerships from a Southeast Asian point of view. We'll then move to India and South Asia. And we'll hear Indian perspectives. India obviously has a very unique position with its multi-alignment or self-alignment or various terms that we might think of. And of course, we'll also talk about Europe and how Europe might position itself in all of this mix. To do all this, we have four very distinguished panelists. We're very pleased to have you all here again today, starting with I-chung, long time no see. We heard from you this morning. You're actually pulling triple duty for us today. So I-chung is president of the Prospect Foundation, which is a very illustrious institute in Taiwan, illustrious think tank in Taiwan. So thank you for making it all the way from Taipei to join us. We'll hear a Taiwanese point of view from you. Dr. Adrienne Ong, you are you're a research fellow and coordinator of the U.S. program in the Institute of Defense and Strategic Studies at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, which is also a very illustrious school in Singapore. And so we'll hear from you on Southeast Asian points of view. And Dr. Tanvi Madan joining us online from Washington. You are an expert in India. You are a senior fellow in the Center for Asian Policy Studies at the Brookings Institution, which of course is a very illustrious think tank. We've been sort of chasing at your heels for quite some time here at Ifri. So very glad you could join us online and to hear your perspectives both on India, but also as you sit in Washington. So looking at the US-India relationship. And last and certainly not least, my colleague Céline Pajon, who is both an expert on Japan and also on Indo-Pacific strategies. She heads our Indo-Pacific strategy research activities here at Ifri, looking at how Europe engages with Indo-Pacific partners and in the Indo-Pacific. So I said we're going to veer away from core strategic partners, but actually I'm going to start with Céline and pull a bit on the thread of her Japan knowledge, because this sort of came up without talking about it too much in the earlier panels, and we've sort of danced around this notion of what was called an Asian NATO. I think it was said a few times, but interestingly enough, the Japanese Prime Minister, Ishiba, has recently endorsed that concept. So maybe I can ask you, what exactly does the Prime Minister mean, the Japanese Prime Minister mean when he talks about an Asian NATO? I think we need to be a bit creative now that we're in an era of Donald Trump, of unpredictability and uncertainty. Maybe we need to think a bit more creatively about the future of alliances and security partnerships in East Asia. So let's pick apart this idea of an Asian NATO first and foremost. Perhaps from a Japanese point of view, what did the Prime Minister mean? How does this play out?
Okay, thank you very much, John, for this. Indeed, as you may know, Ishiba Shigeru is the new Prime Minister of Japan since starting the October 1st. And I was supposed to write a short op-ed about his election, explaining what are the main stakes for the coming months or years ahead. And then he came with this piece that he wrote when he was not elected. It was just before he was a candidate. And he wrote a piece about his strategic vision for Japan and for Asia. And this piece was published by a US think tank, the Hudson Institute. And in this piece, he referred to several things. He referred to the rebalancing of the US-Japan alliance, the importance of having confidence building measure with China, but it also refers to the necessity to build an Asian version of NATO. And of course, as you may imagine, this very proposal triggered a lot of discussion, a lot of criticism. It was actually widely dismissed as being completely unrealistic, fantasist, and so on. And I was actually quite fascinated by all the fuss that this proposal made. And I wrote a paper that is a bit longer than an op-ed, and that you can find on the Ifri website and outside of this room. So I would like to build up on this paper a little bit and ask why this proposal? Why did he make this strange proposition about Asian version of NATO. Actually, in this piece is referring to the war in Ukraine, and is making a parallel between Ukraine and the Taiwan situation and the China's threats on Taiwan, and concluding that, well, just looking at what happened in Europe, only a kind of NATO collective defense agreement would be a convincing deterrence vis-à-vis China. So that was this basic thinking about it, including with a nuclear sharing dimension. So it is more complicated and more controversial. So in this view, the collective defense mechanism should be organized around the US-Japan alliance through integration with other partners and quasi-allies, including ROK, Australia, India, and the Philippines. So it had provoked a controversy because it seems that's not been matching actually the reality of what's going on right now in Asia. And I think we are unlikely to see the emergence of an Asian version of NATO. And we've had like very good experts, renowned experts like Victor Cha, who explain that better than me and diving into a theoretical discussion. But I would like to provide some quick reason for that. First, the diversity of actors in Asia and the geographical elongation. We talked a lot about the tyranny of distance, but at some point the tyranny of distance is still waning. This makes it difficult to establish a common perception of threats, even among US-based friends. So, of course, we think of China, but just think about North Korea, which is also very serious matter. And North Korea is not posing the same threats to, say, Australia or Japan. So this is quite different. Another reason is that really focusing on the Taiwan issue, I think still the use of force to protect Taiwan is still not a consensus, maybe around among the US close allies in Asia, even if we can assume, of course, that they will support in a way or another Taiwan and their American partner for political reasons. Third, there is a clear lack of appetite for this kind of formal mechanism among many Asian countries, starting with India. We know that India is alliance adverse, and a lot of Southeast Asian countries, Pacific Island countries who do not want to be entangled into any formal security deal. Finally, the idea of nuclear sharing, including the deployment of US nuclear weapons in the region, seems premature, even though we've heard that in South Korea there are some discussion right now, but about having developing indigenous nuclear capacity. And yeah, all over it will actually have exorbitant political cost for the country to actually bring some kind of nuclear weapons on their territory. So yeah, I think the dynamics in the region points more toward a kind of integrated deterrence system, as we discussed a bit on the previous panel, rather than a collective defense system per se. Even though I think Prime Minister Ishiba haven't put the focus on that, but NATO is not only about collective defense. It is also about standardization, industrial integration, and so on. And on this point, various elements, I think we are seeing some progress and some development on this sense in Asia. And to deal a little bit more on the integrated deterrence, we talked about it. It's central to the Biden administration policy with its allies, and especially in Indo-Pacific. I think it takes stock also of the emergence of the minilateral groupings that we've seen in the past decades that has slowly transformed the hub-and-spoke system centered on the US alliance toward a more connected network or web of trilateral agreement, quadrilateral, and more. So now we have the Quad, we have the Squad, we have AUKUS, we have many more creative frameworks that are keeping, the flexibility of agreement, and is in a way reflecting the fluidity, the high fluidity of the situation in the region. So to be back to the main topic of the conference, what impact of the Trump 2 administration on this dynamic? Of course, we know that the transactional approach will certainly create tension and will make maybe there's this coordination effort more complicated, but I think it won't jeopardize the whole system, because as also some other panelists has underlined, the world today is much different of the world under the first administration of Trump back in 2016. Now, most of allies and partners are moved toward a more hedging strategy or more autonomy. They reinforce their own capacity and so on. And we've seen a lot of effort to institutionalize both the alliance and the partnership so that it can better resist a lack of US leadership for a while. So I think actually what we call the secondary state, maybe the allies and partners of the US might actually take advantage of this multilateral, minilateral framework and of this kind of latest work of cooperating deal to actually untangle the US in the region, to keep the US engaged in the region, and maybe try to moderate, to have a say on the US choice at some point. I think this is also one path, and I will finish on that. Ishiba is also pointing out for Japan in this vision. He is calling for Japan that is strengthening its strategic autonomy or strategic flexibility. He is calling for a full rearmament, so to say, a revision of the Article 9 of the Constitution, a more equal US-Japan alliance, a diversification of strategic partners, but also, and as I mentioned at the beginning, adopting some confidence building measures with China and maybe others in the region. So I think we will still see this dynamic of network and multi-layered security architecture, but maybe with more strategic flexibility on part of every partners and countries in the region.
Excellent. Thank you, Celine. That's a very good overview to get us started. Thank you. So moving to Taiwan, I-chung, Taiwan is, of course, in a very unique and constrained position in many ways in terms of creating security partnerships with partners in the region, even with the United States. Now, with the arrival of Donald Trump, there are lots of questions about how the US administration will approach Taiwan. In some ways, we could say the under Trump 1 administration, relations had never been better. Washington had made a lot of overtures towards Taiwan, given Taiwan a lot of signals, made a lot of movements towards engagement with Taiwan. Yet, if you'll read and believe folks like John Bolton in his memoirs, would say that was in many ways despite Trump himself. So you might expect something different from a Trump 2 administration, which itself might be pulled in two parts with, as we talked a bit about this morning, pressures from Elon Musk on one side, with perhaps as you had talked about before, with a pro-engagement approach towards China, versus others who will take a much more hawkish approach on China. How do you envision Taiwan's place in regional security partnerships moving forward? For you, what is sort of an ideal evolution of regional security partnerships for Taiwan? And then, as opposed to the ideal, what do you think is realistic? What might actually be able to happen, and what can Taiwan reasonably do?
Thank you. Yes, of course, that you say you haven't seen enough of me, so I come here again, second time in the stage. I think I'll just broaden the questions to how Taiwan generally look at the regional security development after both Trump being elected, and also with Japan that's currently under this political transitions. First of all, I will say that the security environment for Taiwan right now is not facing just one single threat vector from China. As we see the development of the China, Russia, and North Korea and Iran, the cooperation of the four combined to be the axis of the authoritarianism. That also means for Taiwan, in the future, suppose there's a war by China on Taiwan, we're not gonna just face China. There's a possibility that the Russia could involve, although probably not directly, but definitely will support China if still under the Putin. And the North Korea could also be in the mix. Whether North Korea will do something not about Taiwan, but on the Korean Peninsula in order to distract both United States and Japan. So those are the serious concern for Taiwan. That is for the first time our security environment is so different. And then when the Trump himself come into the picture, basically he's continued to see those security issues still through the U.S. itself on the bilateral management. But I think that this new block formulations and also some of the achievement by the Biden administration in the past about the lattice war system will sort of confine and constrain about what the Trump administration will be able to do should they continue wanting to go through the bilateral management to get this issue done. And then that also goes to the second part. I think that because how the development of the war in Ukraine will still have the significant impact in the Indo-Pacific security, especially on Taiwan. So when Trump came into office, due to the involvement of North Korea in the war in Ukraine, I think it's actually broadened the war aspect rather than make it easier to stop. So not only the so-called 24 hours of the Trump, he boasted himself that he will be able to stop the war, but I think that the whole development, how the United States deal with it, also have a tremendous impact in the Indo-Pacific, especially looking at the prospect about the enhancing and broadening the war rather than the shortening and the stopping this war. Now, the third thing is that just as Julienne just said earlier, regarding U.S. lattice war system, that it developed during the Biden administrations, I think it will continue to evolve. But one of the key problems right now is that if you look at the U.S. lattice war system, it's based upon U.S. and Japan altogether. So whether that's the Quad, the U.S., Japan, Korea, U.S., Japan, Australia, the S-Quad as well. But right now we're seeing not just the United States as Trump, but also in Japan, it's a much weakened political leadership, irrespective of how the prime minister would like to do. So the problem about the lattice war system, I think, is still there and will continue to function. But the political driver from the U.S., Japan right now collectively probably will be much weakened. Rather than in the past, if the U.S. is not there, Japan can sort of pick up the slack and continue to move on. But right now, this is the first time that both U.S. and Japan, the political leadership is much weakening in this development, and that also affects Taiwan as well. Now, the fourth, I also believe that this is very important development about China. That is a weakening of Chinese economy. We do not see any prospect that it will be able to rebound anytime soon. And the possible trade war with China, with the United States will also put the Chinese economy in much dimmer prospect. How China will respond to these economic problems, especially on Taiwan, is the big unknown. We do not, just as I said earlier this morning, whether China would like to focus on the economic issues so that will be less focused on about Taiwan, or the issue on Taiwan is actually either independent of the Chinese internal development, is part of the sacred goal for the unification, so that it will continue to press on Taiwan unhinged, or the China would like to diverge attentions from the domestic contempt and to focus on Taiwan. So those are the big unknown that we do not know. But the Chinese economy, definitely that's going to be a big wild card. And that also will play into how the regional economic development associated with China. I will talk about that a little bit later. And then I will say that above those, definitely the cooperation about the U.S. ally altogether by themselves, that's going to be very important key. And specific for Taiwan, that we really like to maintain, just as I said this morning, in the last 4 years of internationalization of Taiwan securities, that this development cannot be stopped, and we would like to maintain its current momentum, because we believe that is the way that for China to be dissuaded about the issue on Taiwan. And I will say another thing is that development we could also see is that just as China is preparing the competition vis-a-vis the United States, and in the face of the weakening economy, we are seeing that there's a very explicit development in China try to work on the issue, work on the organizations such as BRICS, and also Shanghai Cooperation Organizations, to create alternative economic order other than the U.S. and the Western led about the bloc. And interesting thing is that even within the BRICS, probably some country would not go with how China and Russia would like to portray about organizations such as India and Brazil. So how India, Brazil, because of their different perception about the global South, how they wanted to see the BRICS going, I think that's something that remains to be seen. But I would say that is another important drivers for what we anticipate about bloc competitions right now. And the next thing will be involved with the ASEAN, in my view. I would say that many countries in ASEAN traditionally have this U.S., the security depends on the United States, and economic depends on China. But I think that with the Trump administration and also with the China economy that is declining, I would say that the ASEAN's that model of whether survival or development will be tested and very soon. So how the ASEAN itself or individually country there cope with those, that is also something that Taiwan is looking at it. And of course, we anticipate, although Taiwan's New Southbound policy, ASEAN is a central point, but this New Southbound policy actually got benefit due to the U.S.-China trade war from year 2018. But right now, Trump come in, although his trade war with China probably will continue, but that does not mean that he probably will allow other countries that benefit from this trade war to enjoy the trade surplus over the United States. So that is the new things that we like to look on. Another development that Taiwan is looking at very closely is about India. India, not just about a swing state, but precisely due to his relationship with Putin, the Modi with Putin, and also Trump himself enjoy a much better chemistry with Modi as well. So India right now is actually in a very unique position, probably to engage both the US and Russia, both on the positive terms. And how India will be able to cash in that potential to both the international standing and how the India will be able to play a non-important part for Taiwan-India technological and economic cooperations. That time definitely is hopeful, but I would say that India is going to be its importance in international affairs will grow exponentially associated with Trump's rise. And finally, of course, in Taiwan, Europe continue to be a very important value partners. So our conversation with Europe will continue to base on what we had in the last 4 years on the value as well as the support for the Ukraine. But we also noticed that the talk for strategic autonomy is particularly within France, probably increase exponentially. And our view is that every country has a right to be strategic and have strategic autonomy. But for Taiwan, the issue is that how France will be able to put Taiwan in its mix. And so that will be the issue Taiwan would like to look at, especially on the development about how to respond to war in Ukraine and how it's perceived about China, the United States. And also, we anticipate a new version in France, the Indo-Pacific strategy as well. So I'll just stop here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. So you'd mentioned India is sort of in a very unique, in some ways pivotal geopolitical situation. We'll turn to you in just a moment, Tanfi Madan, to pick that apart. But first, let's move to Southeast Asia. You also talked about ASEAN countries. And their sort of unique position in a way, and you mentioned this sort of characterization of countries turning to China for economics and turning to the US for security, and how that may change under a Trump administration. Is that what, Adrian Ang, what is your take on how regional security dynamics will play out for Southeast Asia in a Trump era? And does this caricature still hold of turning to the US for security and China for economics, or will things change?
Okay. Thank you, John. Thank you for the invitation and Ifri as well. So when we look at Southeast Asia, right, we see a great deal of diversity. We see diversity in political systems. We have democracies like the Philippines to authoritarian regimes in Vietnam to a military dictatorship in Myanmar. And there's also differences in economic development, right? So from wealthy Singapore to war-torn Myanmar and also geography. So Southeast Asia is divided basically into mainland Southeast Asia and maritime Southeast Asia. And it pains me to talk about a survey by a rival institution, but right, the Institute of Southeast Asian Studies, ISIS, my good friends there, right? They have an annual survey of the state of Southeast Asia. And if you read the ISIS survey, right, we see that there is diversity of opinions, right, across the states of Southeast Asia. But despite this diversity, since the end of the Cold War, right, we have witnessed what Dr. Lai mentioned, right? This desire to have closer economic ties with China to benefit from its economic opening up, right? To see China as a source of growth, development, and prosperity, to the extent that China is now the largest trading partner of all ASEAN member states, all 10 ASEAN member states. But at the same time, to rely on the US for security as an offshore balancer. So basically, since the end of the Cold War, what Southeast Asian countries have sought is to have our cake and to eat it too, right? And to do that, what the countries of the region have had to resort to is hedging, right? So basically, we're talking about flexible non-alignment. So, which is very different from what all our two previous panels have talked about, which was basically convergence. And this hedging behavior by Southeast Asian states has continued despite the deterioration of US-China relations and the intensification of strategic competition. So as Singapore's former Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong said, right, don't make us choose. We don't want to choose. But hedging has, I would argue, two components, right? One component is the desirability of hedging, right? Which is, again, right, to have our cake and to eat it too. Right, and here I would argue that Southeast Asian states, with the exception of the Philippines for the reasons that, right, sort of Lizza mentioned this morning, right, feels that hedging is still desirable because we still accrue benefits from both sides. So let's deal with something here. I don't think Southeast Asian states are naive about China, right? They are very well aware of China's assertive actions, its hegemonic ambitions, not just in the South China Sea, but also in the Mekong region and across the Taiwan Strait. But, right, our threat perceptions are very different. Again, with the possible exception of the Philippines, is that the threat posed by China is neither clear nor present. This is, of course, right, sort of reinforced by China's use of gray zone activities, right, rather than moving into the red zone of warfare, right? So with this difference in threat perception, right, there is no need at present, at least no desirability to abandon hedging in favor of outright balancing. And again, if we look at the survey by EUISS, right, China is not necessarily liked, but the countries of the region are pragmatic, right? Again, as my former prime minister has said, China is close, China is a reality, and we have to deal with China. And then this is then balanced by our own doubts about the ability, the reliability, and the sustainability of the United States as an offshore balancer. All right, and this, I'm sure, will be sorely tested in a second Trump administration. Right, so the countries of the region are thus wary of any policies or actions that are viewed as being designed to contain or constrain China, right? And also to reassert American primacy or hegemony. So as Lizza mentioned this morning, right? So the Philippines is the clear exception. Under the Marcos administration, the the Philippines has upgraded its alliance with the US, most notably through EDCA, right? The Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, right? So there are now a total of 9 bases with close proximity to Taiwan and the South China Sea, which of course would be valuable for any regional contingencies, as well as for plans to disperse US forces across the Indo-Pacific, right? And as other panelists have also noted, the Philippines has also increased cooperation with other spokes in the US hub and spoke system, right? With Japan, with reciprocal access agreements, with the ROK, providing modernization with equipment, Australia, where they upgraded their strategic partnership. And of course, most recently, we also have had the Squad. So the Philippines' move to balance against China, right, is in accordance with the moves by other US allies to not just balance, I would argue, against China, but also to hedge against American behavior. Right? The worry about a continued commitment to US engagement in the region. Which brings us to John, your question about what is going to happen under Trump 2.0. So the second factor I would argue that influences hedging is the ability to hedge, right? Which is structural and external to the countries of Southeast Asia. So under Trump 1.0, right, Southeast Asia largely escaped the attention of the administration. So the eye of Sauron or the eye of Trump, right, really didn't focus too much on the region. And so, you know, Southeast Asian countries being Southeast Asian countries, right, the complaint was, oh, you're ignoring us, right? It's benign neglect. Trump, right, attends one US-ASEAN summit, right, cuts it short, and then, you know, afterwards sends, you know, lower level officials to this, to subsequent meetings, right? And I would argue that, right, sort of, we would be so lucky, right, in a Trump 2.0 administration to have this benign neglect, right? But, you know, where we did see greater US presence, greater US pushback on Chinese assertiveness was in the South China Sea. Right, so the US goes from being, right, sort of neutral about rival claims to the South China Sea to basically saying, right, sort of Chinese claims are illegal, full stop, right? And also increasing freedom of navigation operations in South China Sea. Right, my friend and colleague Colin Ko has put together a database of US FONOPs, and it is clear, right? The Trump administration had over twice the number of FONOPs compared to the Biden administration. So if it passes its prologue, we will see more FONOPs in the South China Sea under Trump 2.0. So of course, for the countries of Southeast Asia, right, we are concerned about what would China's strategy be under Trump 2.0. So over the last few days, I'm sure everybody has paid attention to the same news. We have Trump seeking to appoint China hawks to different positions, Marco Rubio to Secretary of State, Elise Stefanik to ambassador to the UN, and Waltz as National Security Advisor. Right, but these are not just China hawks, right? I would argue that they are also primacies, right? So, right, would a Trump 2.0 administration really prioritize China and the Indo-Pacific, right? The US has been trying to pivot, right, to the Pacific, to the Indo-Pacific, to Asia, right, for the last 12 years with not very much success. Again, which, right, raises concerns in the region about, right, the US's sustained engagement in the region. And speaking of engagement, I think US engagement under Trump 2.0 with Southeast Asia will be complicated by the administration's plans to impose tariffs, not just on China, but on, right, sort of universal tariffs as well. And right, sort of Dr. Lai mentioned about, right, sort of some of the difficulties that the administration might face, right, in imposing these tariffs. But right, one of the criticisms of US engagement with the region since the Obama administration is the lack of US economic statecraft, right? Since Trump pulled out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The Indo-Pacific economic framework of the Biden administration is underwhelming, right? It is clearly not what the region wants, right? Which is market access, right? But the countries of the region accepted it as a very poor second choice, right? Because it nonetheless kept the US engaged in the region. Further, right, IPEF did no harm. If there was very little upside, there was almost no downside to IPEF, which is a very different proposition from the prospect of tariffs under a second Trump administration. I would argue that, right, with tariffs, right, what this will in fact do is to further reinforce the asymmetry of US engagement in the region, right, which is heavily focused on hard power, military power, right, rather than economic engagement. And this will further increase dependence on China economically, right, notwithstanding China's own domestic problems, right, which is then really counterproductive to US engagement in the region. So Trump is going to take office at a very difficult time, I would argue, for US popularity in the region, right? Many argue that the US is already losing ground to China in the region, again, referencing, right, the EUISS survey, right? A little more than half, right, of the respondents, 50.5%, right, said that they would take China's side if they were forced to choose, right, in this year's survey. This is down from 60% from 2023, right? Some argue that this is a function of continued US support for Israel in Gaza, which of course, right, if also Trump continues that, it is going to make countries in the region, especially Muslim majority countries, Indonesia, Brunei, Malaysia, right, they are going to find it much more difficult to engage with the US, right, given domestic opinion, right? And also we saw over the 4 years of the Trump administration that the US kept losing ground and popularity over the 4 years that the administration was in office, right? And right, given right the prospects of a second Trump administration, right, we are again very likely to see this as well. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to talk about ASEAN, but I'm very happy to discuss, right, sort of what ASEAN is likely to do in a second Trump administration. So thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll get back to ASEAN if we have time. Let's now turn to India. Adrian Ang, you mentioned one thing that made me think that this might be also applicable to India is flexible non-alignment. But of course, I myself know very little about India and India's position, so I won't pretend to explain anything. I'll turn straight over to the expert on this. And so, Tanvi Madan, how do you see India's positioning in sort of India's relationship with a new Trump administration evolving? What sort of ideal regional security frameworks, global security frameworks do you think India would like to see and would like to push for in the coming years? The floor is now yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you, John, and thank you to Ifri as well. I will mention the Trump administration in parts, but won't focus on it. Happy to take more questions during the discussion after. But also just to point out that I think with India and the US, there's going to be, I suspect, more continuity with adaptations, including to uncertainties and predictable unpredictability that surrounds that will surround a Trump 2.0, but you will largely see it essentially reinforce India's instincts. And I'll talk a little bit about those, including in terms of how India sees the Indo-Pacific and partnerships within. But I will state my bottom line up front, which is to go back to the title of this conference, which is that India generally does not ally, and it will not do so in the near future. Something again, an instinct that a Trump administration will reinforce. But India does align based on interests, even as it seeks autonomy. It doesn't look for a look at the region and think that there's going to be a collective defense mechanism, as Céline mentioned earlier. But it does think about collaborative security. So not collective defense, but collaborative security. And it sees itself achieving this through a deepening of both bilateral relationships with various like-minded powers, as well as minilaterals, or as India calls them, plurilaterals, these kind of issue or interest-based coalitions. And finally, the last point I will make in my remarks is that India does not want to overturn the regional or global order. It does have concerns about the representativeness and the effectiveness of the current international order, but it is not seeking to overturn it, but rather reform it. I want to step back, though, and start with kind of what are the goals of Indian strategy writ large, and where does the Indo-Pacific fit into that? The goals of Indian strategy are a couple of things you would expect that any country would have: security and economic prosperity. But there are a couple of others that I would mention. One is a goal of India taking its rightful place on the world stage, not just for status, as some think, but because it thinks that it wants to have a seat at the table in which decisions are made that affect Indian interests. The fourth objective that India has is, and this will not be unfamiliar to those of you who are French, India's objective is strategic autonomy. What does it mean for India? It means freedom of action, that India wants to act as an independent actor based on making decisions and choices based on its own interests. It does not want any formal alliances. And this does come from, it does have a post-colonial view of autonomy, which is that it doesn't want other capitals to determine India's choices. It felt that that happened in the past when India was a colony, and it feels that that's what alliances do. India doesn't think of alliances as security blankets, but as straitjackets. It also thinks that most external partners at the end of the day are unreliable or uncertain. And so what it is seeking is strategic autonomy, where it protects its own security and it has a variety of partnership. But what strategic autonomy does not mean for India is equidistance. Its partnerships are not equal with various countries. Its minilaterals are not all the same. Strategic autonomy for India also does not mean isolation or self-sufficiency, as it's sometimes portrayed, because India, at the end of the day, and Indian policymakers recognizes it needs the world and it needs partners for everything from military equipment, deterrence, capital, commodities, markets, jobs, remittances, technology, and know-how. These things are indispensable for India achieving those objectives of security and economic prosperity, and even at the end of the day, autonomy. And so for these things, India seeks partnerships through a strategy of diversification. It used to be manifest itself in non-alignment. Today, you hear India's External Affairs Minister refer to it as multi-alignment. But what it essentially is a strategy for India to partner while avoiding overdependence and hedging against uncertainty about partners. And so what India does is it maintains this diversified portfolio of partners. And I'll come back to that. And what that helps India do, that diversification strategy helps India diversify its dependence. While it is doing that, India is also seeking to enhance its own independent capabilities. And you see this indigenization or kind of autonomized capabilities building. So you're seeing Indian foreign policy as essentially a combination of what we think of as indigenization plus diversification. Where does the Indo-Pacific fit in this? The Indo-Pacific or Asia more broadly are critical for India as it seeks its objectives, both as a source of opportunity and challenge. As Delhi looks out to the Indo-Pacific, it sees many of the benefits as economic. That is, this region does and can contribute to Indian prosperity. But Delhi also sees in this region many of the risks as being strategic, particularly, but not only related to concerns about Chinese capabilities, actions, and intentions. Its objectives in this region, when it looks at these risks and benefits, is to maximize those benefits and minimize or mitigate those risks. It wants to see the maintenance of a rules-based order in the region because that is crucial in India's mind for security and economic growth. It wants to maintain a favorable balance of power where no one country dominates it. As it puts it, it does not want to see a unipolar Asia. It wants to see a multipolar Asia where countries get to make their own choices. It wants to secure the Indian Ocean region and ideally remain the primary actor in the Northern Indian Ocean. And it wants to use the Indo-Pacific as a springboard to enhance India's global role. And so you see it, this theater essentially be India's priority theater, and its approach to the region essentially encapsulated in various terms that come up in concentric circles. So neighborhood first for its immediate neighborhood of South Asia, Sagar for the Indian Ocean region, go west for the Middle East, which India considers part of the Indo-Pacific, as it does the eastern coast of Africa. Act East, which looks at India's Southeast Asia and East Asian approach, and Act Far East, which encompasses Northeast Asia, to include a role for Russia. Now, two countries that shape India's perceptions and approach across these sub-regions are China and the US. Today, India largely sees China as a problem, with the US largely seen as a solution. Now, this was not always the case. India has seen China as a geopolitical challenge since the late 1950s, alone and in conjunction with Pakistan. But if you'd looked 15, 20 years ago, India used to think that China too could be an enabler in achieving India's goals. It could contribute to Indian security by keeping the border stable. It could contribute to Indian prosperity by India benefiting from Chinese economic growth. It could benefit India in terms of seeking that rightful place on the world stage by cooperation in the multilateral space, but also through groupings like the BRICS. India did not see it, saw this BRICS and other organizations like this as essentially a non-Western grouping, which would give countries that the West had left out of decision-making circles a voice. And so it saw partnering with China as useful for that. It also thought that by giving it a partnership option, China would help that diversification strategy and therefore enable India's strategic autonomy. But today, India largely sees China as an obstruction or a constraint in achieving India's goals. It sees China not as a source of security, but a source of insecurity. It sees economic ties with China not as an opportunity, but as largely a vulnerability. It now sees China as actually blocking India's taking its rightful place on the world stage. It worries about China and Russia making BRICS not a non-West grouping, but an anti-West grouping, and by expanding it, diluting India's role and influence in it. India worries about China's influence in the global South. It refuses to endorse the idea that China is a member of the global South as Beijing holds. And India today, of all the external countries that it engages with, that it thinks China is perhaps the greatest constraint to Indian strategic autonomy. Why? Because its competition with China has intensified because of their border dispute and the crisis since 2020, but also a range of other bilateral, regional, and global differences that it has with China. And so what you've seen with India is go from taking a competitive engagement approach to China to taking more of a what you could call a competitive coexistence, or even an armed coexistence approach is how it's been described to China. It is continuing to dialogue with China. It wants to manage its competition, but it is competing with China by holding its ground at the border, by building its own capabilities, but also by shaping the environment around India through maintaining and expanding a network of partnerships in its immediate and extended neighborhood. But as it does all this, it has a major constraint, the capabilities gap that it has with China. 35 years ago, China and India had economies about the same size. Today, China's economy is almost 5 times that of India. Its defense budget is more than 3 times that of India. So this gap shapes India's foreign policy choices. India knows it needs capable and like-minded partners, not allies, but partners, including major powers, the US, Japan, Australia, a series of European countries, including France, and especially France, but also Britain, Germany, and other kind of sub-regions within Europe. Also partnerships with South Korea, with Middle Eastern countries, with Southeast Asian countries, exploring deeper ties with countries that India didn't engage with, or places that India didn't engage with, including Philippines and Taiwan, and finally maintaining a relationship with Russia as well. The US in this is critical for India. It is indispensable to India's broader goals of security, prosperity, status, and autonomy. But it is also a crucial part of the solution to India's China problem. It helps build India's own capabilities. It helps offer alternatives in the region. It helps maintain a favorable balance of power and influence in the region. And it has been helpful to India in its crises with China. And this is why you have seen India deepen ties with the US across the board: diplomatic, defense and security ties, economic security ties, technology ties, and people-to-people or talent ties, if you will, both bilaterally, but also through minilaterals that India likes because it doesn't get you to an alliance, but it's deeper than just bilateral cooperation. The two with the US that have had the highest profile are the Quad with Australia and Japan as well, and I-2U2, which is a US, India, Israel, UAE Quad in the Middle East. These are issue-based coalitions which India is deepening ties with the US. I expect this will continue during a Trump administration. The Quad, after all, was revived in a Trump administration. I also think a Trump administration will prefer these flexible coalitions. So, flexible non-alignment was mentioned. I think what India is doing is flexible alignment, and this actually fits with something that I suspect Trump will do as well, looking for some time to work with non-allies that are more aligned and working perhaps less with allies that are non-aligned. Nonetheless, even as India deepens cooperation with the US, and the final point I will make is that India will continue to hedge. It will not hedge between the US and China as Southeast Asian countries might be. It will hedge against its uncertainty about the US and its concerns about overdependence on the US. And it will do this not just by enhancing its own independent capabilities, but as I said, by maintaining other partnerships and that diversified portfolio of partners. The weight of the West in that portfolio has grown considerably. You're seeing India also add the Middle East and several global South countries to that. But you will also see India have Russia continue to be part of that portfolio of partners, even as it is deeply concerned about the Russia-China partnership and alignment growing. And you will see specific kinds of engagement with China as well. And you will see this bilaterally, but also minilaterally, where you will see India participate in minilaterals that involve the US, but those that maybe involve US allies and partners, but not necessarily the US itself.
Wonderful. Thank you. Tanvi Madan, I don't know if you hear the applause in the room, but you're getting applause in the room. So thank you very much for your very enlightening talk. For me, who understands very little about India, I think this is very comprehensive and very interesting. And I like especially how you sort of flipped around the title of our conference, Allied and Aligned ? Which from a French point of view, we tend to think of, of course, we're allies with the United States. That doesn't mean we're always aligned with the United States. So I think it's very interesting from an Indian point of view to say not allied, but aligned. And where we are aligned, we'll seek partnerships. And I think maybe that's an interesting transition to talk come back to Celine and close the circle to talk about Europe and how Europe might be able to build security partnerships with countries in Asia, in the Indo-Pacific, broadly speaking. We have a very complex situation here, but it seems that there are many areas in which European interests converge with those of Asian partners. Yet at the same time, we've also seen pressure from Europe to engage more in sort of US-based and driven security arrangements. Where do you think the future of Europe Indo-Pacific cooperation lies in the security realm?
Thank you, John. No? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I just would like to start by recalling the vested interest of the Europeans in the Indo-Pacific, despite the return of the war on the European continent. As we already discussed, the war in Ukraine only highlights, I think, the interconnectedness between the theater, the Asian theater and the European theater. And beyond that, Europe obviously is a trade superpower, so we rely a lot on crucial, vital sea lanes of communications that are going all the way to the Indo-Pacific. So we have a key interest to have this maritime route secured. We also, I think, are like-minded partners with a lot of Asian countries to keep up the multilateral system and the rules-based order. So, and just also to talk about France. France is a very unique case in Europe because obviously we have sovereign interest in the region. We have vast territories, maritime territories in the region. So I think all this explains why the Europeans are engaged in the region with the Asian partners and will stay there, even though it can be challenging in terms of means that we and at some point political willingness that we can dedicate to that. So what we see right now is also a kind of multi-layered engagement by the European with the Indo-Pacific. First, at the national level, we've seen a lot of Indo-Pacific strategies adopted by several European states, beginning by France, but also Germany, Netherlands, also Lithuania, the Czech Republic, and there's possibilities for Finland and Italy also to think and adopt such kind of strategy. So it shows really this kind of deep interest. We've seen a lot of deployment in the region, military deployment, be it aerial or naval deployment, also by capable countries in Europe, with more and more efforts to coordinate the European presence in the region. Of course, we are still this kind of competition, cooperation dimension when we talk about the national engagement in the region, because we are also at some point competitors in the case of defense equipment selling to the partners in the Indo-Pacific and so on. But still, the interest is here and the European presence is here. At the EU level, there's also several programs that have been mentioned a bit earlier to increase the security cooperation in and with the Indo-Pacific partner. The EUISS program is working on crisis management, maritime security, cyber security, disinformation, and so on. We have the CRIMARIO program, who is working to enhance the maritime domain awareness with our partners. And there is also tailored security partnerships that have been signed. And just at the beginning of this month, actually, there is EU-Japan security partnership that have been defense and security partnership that have been announced by the first ever Foreign Ministers Strategic Dialogue. So the EU is also moving to be a more geopolitical player, and it's engaging a lot with Indo-Pacific countries. I think what is also important at the EU level is to remind that EU is a trade and also a normative superpower. And it has been also recalled that now security is not only about hard security and military, but also economic security, industry, and so on. And I think for this, the EU engagement in the region is especially relevant. Finally, EU is engaging through NATO. We've seen through the NATO level. We've seen that China is now, alongside Russia, discussed a lot as a key challenge for the transatlantic alliance. There have been a lot of progress to enhance the cooperation between the NATO and the so-called AP4. So Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. There have also been some controversies and discussion within NATO among the NATO members, at least to know to what extent the NATO should go to Indo-Pacific, or should keep the focus on the transatlantic theaters, with some issues regarding the opportunities to open a liaison bureau in somewhere in Asia and in Japan. But what we see is that obviously the Asian actors are coming to the transatlantic theater right now, with China supporting Russia and North Korean troops in Russia too. So we see this kind of multi-level, multi-layered engagement, which is quite important, quite interesting to look at. At the same time, I think we should stay realistic about what European can bring in the region. They certainly cannot wait in the same way as the US. We do not have the same interest. We do not have the same means. There is still this tyranny of distance who is playing its role. But at the same time, I think that expectation exists among the Asian partners to see more European commitment in the region. Maybe less in terms of security, but also as a means to reinforce the capacity of the countries of the region, to reinforce their sovereignty, to reinforce their resilience, be it in front of rising geopolitical tensions, but also facing transversal challenges such as climate change and so on, which is still the number one security threat and risk for a lot of countries in the region. So in this way, I think Europe can be of help. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Multi-layered, multi-speed, multi-domain. During the last session, we didn't have enough time for everybody in the room. So I think I will forego my questions, even though I have many. And I will open the floor to you. I know David Cameroux has a question, and maybe a remark. We did talk about AUKUS. And I was actually, I even cried a little bit when we had this discussion about AUKUS, about how the Australians may not get their US submarines, and rather than going back to France, they might go to South Korea. Or Japan. So I thought that was a bit problematic. But David, you have a question here in the front, and then we've got multiple questions. So we'll take a first round. David.
Sorry, yes. Just to give Adrian a chance to talk about ASEAN, and Indonesia invented hedging. Muhammad Hatta, 1949, rowing between two reefs in the midst of the Cold War. So. And we've seen in the last couple of weeks, President Prabowo Subianto, immediately after his inauguration, he went to Beijing, and now he's going to Washington. It's déjà vu all over again, as we say. So, where does Indonesia weigh in all of this in the Indo-Pacific in relation to the US? And the second question concerning ASEAN. ASEAN published in September 2019 the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. There are three key words. Outlook is not even a vision. It's certainly not a strategy. It's just to say, well, yeah, we're there, right? The second word is inclusive. What the ASEAN countries did not like about the free and open Indo-Pacific is it's about excluding China. So where does that fit in? And the third point was centrality. ASEAN remains central, which leads to my second question. If one looks at the map of the Indo-Pacific, the country in the middle is Myanmar. There's a bloody civil war going on there. ASEAN had a 5-point consensus in August, I think, or April, rather, 2024. Where will ASEAN go? Will the fact that Trump administration is there, will that affect ASEAN's capacity to do anything about the civil war, which would require, obviously, working both with India and with China? Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. You'll have your opportunity to talk about ASEAN. We'll take a few more questions before we come back to the panel. Back in the very back, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Wakami, no Lizza. I came from National Defense Academy of Japan to see this annual conference. I'm very pleased to see the excellent findings being presented. And I'm not question, just a comment to excuse about Ishiba's Asian version to Asian version NATO. I don't mean to defend Prime Minister Ishiba, but I'd like to add an explanation about the Asian version of NATO that he advocated. The use of the term NATO in the context of the Japan's security in Asia and the Indo-Pacific sparked controversy both domestically and globally. And I hope you don't blame him so much. And I have interviewed Mr. Shiba several times, and I don't think he truly believes that the same collective defense architecture as NATO can be established in Asia. Japan is surrounded by the most dangerous countries in the world, like China, Russia, and North Korea. All three of these countries have nuclear weapons. And Japan has only one ally, the United States. Japan relies heavily on the United States' extended deterrence of the nuclear capabilities. And the United States has the US has alliance with Japan and South Korea and Australia and Philippines and Thailand, and we include Taiwan, Singapore. This has been called a hub and spoke system. And against China's military threat and also the political and economical expansion, it's difficult for any country to counter them alone. Therefore, countries that share freedom and democracy should cooperate in security area together to counter China's threat. And Mr. Ishiba raised the Asian version of NATO, but we should interpret this as demonstrating his willingness to take a strong stand against security issues such as Taiwan issues, South China Sea, and also the attempt to change the status quo by force. And it is impossible to create the collective defense system in Asia. Ishiba himself understands it. Rather,
if you could just make it quick, please. We have a number of questions in the room.
Sorry. Rather, I'd like you to understand that his political and strategic message is about strengthening defense cooperation to balance against China. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It was, I think it was important to have a Japanese point of view on that as well, diversified points of view on that analysis. But let's take some more questions. We'll sort of stick to this side of the room for the time being. We have some time for questions, so we got one question here, and then we'll move to that side, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the discussion. My name is Sean Margot. I'm a student at the Sorbonne. Dr. Lai mentioned that he was expecting, or that there is an expectation that there'd be a new French Indo-Pacific strategy. Madame Pejon, do you agree? And what are the main drivers of that update? And how do you think that the strategy will evolve? Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. Let's run with these for just a moment, and then we'll get back to the room. We got plenty of time for questions. So Indonesia and ASEAN. Maybe I'll ask your opinion on Asian NATO. Actually, I'm just wondering if you have anything to say about that or not, and so also if you have reactions, but also to talk about the question on French Indo-Pacific strategy. Thank you. So Adrian, go ahead.
Okay. Indonesia has now, I think, under Prabowo, continued with Jokowi's sort of larger ambitions for Indonesia. So I think Indonesia under Jokowi, right, sort of saw Indonesia as having abilities and ambitions beyond leadership in ASEAN as the region's abang, right? Sort of in Bahasa, the big brother of the region. So we saw Jokowi really push, right, sort of Indonesia, right, to take its place in the G20. And now with Prabowo is also making overtures to join BRICS. And here he is also being joined by Malaysia under Anwar and also with Thailand, right? So this then sort of brings us to your question about ASEAN. So with ASEAN, right, it is going to be problematic for ASEAN under Trump 2.0 because, right, sort of more than anything, ASEAN has to make its value proposition to the Trump administration. What can ASEAN offer Trump besides being a talk shop, besides being a convening power, right? What can ASEAN-led institutions, its regional security architecture, EAS, right, ADMM plus, which, right, sort of encourages engagement by the Europeans and external partners, and that's what ASEAN wants, right? So the ASEAN, as you pointed out with the AOIP, right, is about inclusion, right? But as you correctly pointed out, it is an outlook. It is not a strategy because ASEAN countries couldn't agree on any strategy. So because of ASEAN's, right, sort of unique consensus-based decision-making process, right, sort of everything is lowest common denominator. But of course, right, that doesn't stop individual ASEAN member states, right, from engaging. So ASEAN, I think under Trump 2.0 is in danger of losing its centrality. But it is also losing its centrality not because of external forces, but because of its own internal disunity. So its own internal disunity is demonstrated by its inability to solve the Myanmar issue, right? We see this playing out in this continued drama of the code of conduct of the South China Sea. But, right, to make my boss, the former Secretary General of ASEAN happy, right? I would say in ASEAN's defense that there are some things that ASEAN was designed to do, right? And first and foremost, ASEAN was created to ensure, right, sort of that conflict did not break out between Southeast Asian states, and that it has done very well for the last 6 decades, right? Then we get to the issues of what ASEAN cannot do or ASEAN is unable to do, right? That is where we see, right, sort of ASEAN's limits, ASEAN's failures, right, both in the South China Sea and Myanmar, right? But again, right, it's a question of right, sort of whether those issues, those conflicts were something that ASEAN was set up to accomplish, right? And I think that's somewhat in doubt.
Excellent. Thank you. I-chung, perhaps you want to react or reflect a bit on this this concept of an Asian NATO. In some ways, I would almost, that for me begs the question of what is the right balance of deterrence and provocation with relation to China, particularly as you sit in Taiwan, where we think of, you know, one of the real risks of conflict in East Asia is in the Taiwan Strait. What is this right balance to take in terms of deterrence and avoiding provocation?
I think definitely right now we see the security architecture dominated by the United States in the Indo-Pacific has transitioned from the hub and spoke to lattice world system. And people started to wonder that does that mean that in the future that the lattice world system will also evolve itself into more of a NATO system in Asia? And from Taiwan's point of view, I think before we venture into the Asian NATO issues, what we are concerned about is that are we able to Taiwan to be involved in a part of the lattice world system? How to integrate Taiwan into the mix? Although we are not the so-called part of the official alliances, but we should be a rightful partner for the security cooperations, especially on the issue of the Taiwan Strait, and also Taiwan be involved in the South China Sea as well. So before anything we venture into those imaginations, the people in Taipei, they first would like to see is that the more integration about Taiwan into the current lattice world system. So in addition to the US, Japan, Korea, US, Japan, and Australia, the Squad, and Taiwan is never there. And Taiwan continue to be part of the US bilateral relationship. Would that be able to get into more of a Taiwan, US, and others, and then as part of the lattice work system as well? So that is the first #1 priority that Taiwan is thinking about this development. And second, when we talk about NATO, then the issue about it's a collective security against whom? I think for a lot of countries in the first island chain, Taiwan, Philippines, Japan, and also I believe that South Korea, definitely we'll look at that. This is definitely China is the #1 issue that we are looking at. To a certain extent, probably the Vietnam also have similar concern, and South Korea and Japan also would like to put the North Korea in a mix. But would this China be shared by other countries in the Southeast Asia, for example? Would they come to this conclusions? If that is not the case, then the NATO probably will only be involved with a handful of nations. And how would that be different from the current, the increasing number of lattice world system? So that is another issue that needs to be discussed and thought out. And the third one is that if you look at NATO structures, it's a unified command. But we are looking at current US, Japan, US, and South Korea alliances. US, South Korea, they have the Combined Forces Command. But US and Japan, it's still a parallel the command system. This is due to the existence of Japan Peace Constitution. So unless Japan is able to modify its constitution, I do not think that operationally, the kind of NATO-like system will be able to exist. So that is another hurdle I think that they really need to get through. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Celine, we'll go to you before we go back to the floor for questions. You can also react to the Asian NATO if you want to go further on it, but you also have a direct question in terms of what the future of the French Indo-Pacific strategy.
What I found interesting with this proposal of Asian NATO is that it's sparked a lot of discussion and so on. So it was a good opportunity to reflect on the dynamics of the region. So, but as you say, I don't think that's really realistic, and I don't think Ishiba-san has the possibility right now, the political mandate to bring this idea into a more concrete reality. As you reminded, now the political leadership in Japan is quite weak. The LDP lost its majority at the Diet, the lower chamber of the Diet for the first time since several years, a long time ago actually. So it's very complicated and weak leadership, and you're right, Dr. Lai, to point that out. But to go back to the question on the French Indo-Pacific strategy and the updated version, just to remind that the first document that we had in terms of a strategy to the Indo-Pacific were published in 2019. Actually, first we had a document from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and another one on the Ministry of Armed Forces, and then later on in 2022 we had a more comprehensive document. And it was so we had in a way already an updated version that was published in February 2022. And why is that? Because it was at the occasion of a special event. If you remember, at that time, Paris was chair of the EU Commissions, and we organized a EU Indo-Pacific Forum in Paris, actually a few days after the outbreak of the war in Ukraine. So that was a good occasion to reassess the French engagement and to reassess, to explain the interest and the objective of France in the region. And also because in September 2021, we had AUKUS, which actually was a kind of a big shock, and it was also reason to reassess and to update our strategy. So I think like every 3 years to have an updated strategy is not illogic. I think it's very much reasonable, given what's happening in the world and the pace of the aggravating situation in the world. So since 2022, we had the development in Ukraine, situation in the Middle East, and so on. Post-AUKUS, we rebuilt confidence with our allies and partners in the region. We also diversified our partnership, including in Southeast Asia with Indonesia and more. We had our military law programmation, loi de programmation militaire, which actually confirmed some new equipment that we're going to be deployed to boost our military presence in the region. So for all this reason, I think it will be actually reflected in this updated version, including, I think, with a more consistent part on the EU level and EU dimension of the French engagement in the region.
Thank you very much. Let's go around for a second round of questions. Let's try to stick to the question pieces. We'll stick to this side of the room. Sylvia Malenbaum from Ifri.
Yeah, good afternoon. So first, thank you to our panelists for the very fruitful conversation. So I'm heading the India and South Asia research at Ifri. And I have a question for Tanvi Madan. So you mentioned that US and India have intensified their relation as part of this strategic convergence over the China challenge. But I also remember under the first Trump administration, there was some frictions between India and US, especially at that time. President Trump used to say that India was an abuser of the global trade system, and he terminated the SPG system that allowed Indian companies to access with a very preferential status the American market. And now we have also some worries in India about the visa policy. Just for people to know, if you look at, for example, the H-1B visa, which is a visa for high-tech workers at the US, 75% of the beneficiaries are Indians. So my question is, to which extent these issues could affect the US-India relations, and how this new Modi 3.0 and Trump 2.0 administration can manage to work together to overcome those tensions.
Great, thank you. We'll move up the row, sir.
Yes, thank you, Pierre Landièche. I'm a former French Navy officer. I heard some doubts and some questions about the US support to the area, especially to Taiwan. But how could it be possible to imagine that US let China annex Taiwan the way the Russian annexed Crimea without doing anything and without expecting that the business would continue as usual with South Korea, with Japan, with Australia, with Southeast Asia. On a naval point of view, if you look at the map, you know very well that you see very well that Taiwan is the open door to the last barrier, which is the west coast of the US. How could the US accept that the Chinese submarine patrol just offshore Los Angeles and San Francisco? Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a question here in the front, and then we'll circle around.
Patrick Kernen. Vladimir Putin used as an excuse that he felt Russia was cornered by NATO in order to invade Ukraine in 2022. Do you think that this network of security partnerships and alliances in the Indo-Pacific could be also an excuse for Xi Jinping in order maybe to invade Taiwan, which is not so far from his place, only 150 kilometers. And even the French are involved in the Indo-Pacific, so it could use that as an excuse also.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll come right up here to the front, and then we'll go back to Tongfi.
Thank you. France has the second largest exclusive economic zone in the world, 11 million square kilometers, and 90% of it is in Pacific, Indo-Pacific, and 60 in Pacific. France is involved in many projects, like for instance, the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, which was chaired in France in 2021. I was there. Question is, how is France perceived as an Indo-Pacific power? Are we overestimating our capabilities of partnering with Asian states or not?
Okay, thank you very much. Very quick question, Emmanuel Crane, very quick. And then Tongfi, you get the last word.
So Emmanuel Crane, currently setting up a think tank on Reunion Island. And I had a question for Tongfi Madan. I'd like you to give us an overview of how you see the India, Madagascar, Mauritius, Seychelles area, and overseas French territories. I know India is getting involved with Reunion Island quite a bit, and I wanted to know a bit more. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Last question, Tongfi, I think you had a question right next to you. Thanks.
Thank you. Tongfi Kim, Brussels School of Governance. My question is primarily for Dr. Lai, but maybe Celine could also talk about it. Tyranny of distance has been mentioned multiple times today. And one thing that is maybe less affected compared with moving military assets is economic sanctions. And I was recently shocked. I teach international relations in Brussels, and I was recently shocked when my students basically said that they wouldn't support economic sanctions, comprehensive economic sanctions against China if China invades Taiwan. And my question for Dr. Lai is, what is your assessment of the likely reactions of European countries against Chinese military coercion? Maybe full-scale invasion, maybe blockade. And so then if you could talk about maybe likely French reaction or likely French-European European reactions from your perspective, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we've done a full sweep. We may run a little bit late. Let me hand off to Tanvi Madan, because I think you may have a meeting that you want to run to. So go ahead and we'll start with you, and then we'll circle back to the others here. Please, Tanvi Madan.
Thank you, John, and great questions. I'll try to answer them quickly and happy to discuss with the folks who asked them in greater detail. I think on the France and Indo-Pacific, particularly the overseas territories, India has actually been, as you mentioned, quite supportive of the idea of working with France and also working with partners to ensure that many of the countries you mentioned, they recognize that they are going to engage China. They're going to want to do business with China, but trying to, either India alone or with other like-minded partners, invest in those countries, offer them alternatives, ensure that China doesn't shape their strategic and political choices, even if it has economic influence. And so some of the things I think Celine mentioned, which is, ensuring these countries have resiliency, have capabilities. And so for India, France is a partner, and not just, India working with France in Réunion, but France, for example, getting access to India's island territories like Andamans. This is not something that most foreign countries do, but Japan, France, Australia, and some others have got access. And so I think you'll see more collaboration with India quite concerned about growing Chinese influence in all the places you mentioned. But I think recognizing that they alone can't be part of the answer or can't be the answer to those concerns. On Trump, I think it's a very interesting question, and I think it comes down to how the differences that India has with the Trump administration, and as it did with the Biden administration, they'll just be different divergences. So with the Biden administration, differences over Russia or values were the ones that took center stage. I think the ones you mentioned, trade and immigration, will be the friction points that will take center stage in a Trump 2.0. Having said that, I think the way they are managed and the incentive that India has to manage them will depend on the debates within the Trump administration and where President-elect Trump comes down on issues like China. I think there will be if he maintains the competitive approach he took from the summer of 2017, you will see that India will try to manage these differences with the Trump administration. But if he, for example, takes a more accommodative approach to China, tries for a deal, or if she tries for a deal, as they did with the Mar-a-Lago summit, if you remember, in the first 6 months of the Trump administration, that will create problems for India. It will also mean that the Trump administration would be less incentivized on its part to manage these differences. So when there's convergence on China, you saw the Trump administration, some of these concerns on trade and immigration, even they handled it differently with India, made some exceptions, didn't prioritize these differences. So I think the way India will handle these differences on trade, I would not be surprised if India revives the idea of a mini trade deal with the Trump administration. You will also see, as you've already seen, some large Indian companies talk about the investments they are making in the US and promising to make additional investments and create jobs. You will see India be more responsive to American concerns about undocumented Indian migrants, and there were a record number last year of almost 90,000 that were coming in through both the northern and southern borders. India will, probably promise to try to deal with agents that are encouraging that in India. I think on legal migration will be different. They will try to shape the debate on that, and there will be a debate within the administration. There'll be some, like perhaps Stephen Miller, talking about even restrictions on legal migration, immigration. You'll have people like Elon Musk, whose businesses depend on legal immigrants, maybe weighing in differently. And I think the final decider on all these issues will be President Trump. And so you will see Prime Minister Modi invest a considerable amount of time in that relationship with the president-elect, as he did the previous time.
Wonderful, thank you. So Jong, we'll go to you. Celine, if you have some final comments, and then we'll wrap up.
I think there is considerable interest about the war on Taiwan. So there are actually three questions. Yes, the United States would. I do not think that the United States would like to sit there and waiting for time to be absorbed by China. The Taiwan strategic position and so geography is so important, and also means that the current Chinese harassment against Taiwan is not the reaction about the U.S. or other involvement from other partners. But if you look at the Chinese and Air Force harassing Taiwan, that started in September 2016, way back before the U.S. even sailed the first ship through the Taiwan Strait. That was in 2018 in July. So there was 18 months of differences in terms of how the U.S. actually responded rather than acted upon about what Chinese actions. And also the Chinese view about the unification push forward this agenda that actually came out when Xi Jinping came to the power in 2013. And 2013, while he was in Indonesia attending the APEC summit, and he met with the Taiwan special envoy. It was during the the pro-China president of Taiwan at that time, and he met with that envoy and talking about that political differences cannot last for generations. So that was his first signal, very clear, that he wanted to push forward on the unification issues. So this is not a reaction toward the outside or the U.S. and other security partners. The action triggered Chinese reaction. No, this is not the case. And then the war on Taiwan, about the European response. I will say that Taiwan, our anticipation about Europe is that Europe provide more of the non-military support. We do not anticipate the European will fight the war, even including the United Kingdom, along with the United States. The war fighting, the support from the United States is critical, and also possibly if Japan, Australia, and the Philippines will provide the convenience for those troops operating in those areas. But I will say that right now we look at the Chinese threat as China probably take the cue from the war in Ukraine and the differences between Taiwan, as they had to cross all the 100 more kilometers of the water in order to invade Taiwan. That makes it the Chinese probably will steer toward more about the quarantine isolation campaign than blockade against Taiwan, trying to force Taiwan to surrender before they even launch the operations. So that right now, the issue is that when we look at the Great Zone operation by China on Taiwan, right now that every day we start to see 7 to 10 ships just docking outside of the Taiwan 21 nautical miles, especially in the area outside of the Taiwan naval ports, and also the connection between Taiwan and Japan, Unaguni Islands, and Taiwan in Bashi Straits there. That compose a significant the threat and should that increase the Great Zone operation and upgrade to the blockade, that will be the problem. So that's right now that what we believe that when we deal with those, we need to deal with them right now. We cannot wait for them to escalate this later until everything that just cannot be managed. And in this, the Europe can actually play a much greater role. For example, the Europe naval presence or sailing through in the proximity of Taiwan, whether in Taiwan Strait or in the east of Taiwan, that helps. Because more space you occupy, the less space they will be able to be there. So that's definitely one thing. And second, is that we also look at the Chinese current campaign to try to make the Chinese ownership of Taiwan as an international consensus, so that they are pushing for their interpretation regarding UN Resolution 2758 in 1971 as a justification for their ownership of Taiwan. We know that that is untrue, and the United States also came out and probably debunked about that assertions. But we need more from other countries to collectively and publicly, politically say that that is not true. They are not going to honor that, because we are concerned about one day, should China decide to have a blockade operation or even later on for the invasions, they can actually pass a certain resolution in the United Nations. And by arguing against the US, Japan, and other countries that support Taiwan as an intervention of Chinese domestic affairs or intervention of Chinese civil war. So the people help us become a villain, and the people attacking us become justified. That is the thing that we have to prevent that from happening. And the political support right now from the European friends and also your military presence in this region will help Taiwan tremendously.
Wonderful. Thank you, I-chung. I think we'll finish with that. We've already run over time. There may be some specific questions that you can come to ask to the panelists after. We'll still be here. But please join me in thanking the panelists. And thanks to all of you in the audience for sticking with us. This has been the annual conference of our Center for Asian Studies. Please stick with us. We'll be publishing lots of articles and analysis to come on these topics and others. You can visit our new wonderful new website and hope you can enjoy that. And one last bit of thanks. I'll second what our Deputy Director Marc said this morning about the team effort at Ifri, but in particular, thank you to Iterk Lee, our research assistant, for all that you've done to help us put this together. So thank you to the team of Ifri. Thank you.